立教大学英語会主催第26回ウィリアムズ杯争奪全日本大学生英語弁論大会へようこそ。本日はとある港町の不思議な古本屋に伝わる冒険記の世界に皆様をお連れします。10人のガリバーによる心躍るような冒険の数々を最後までごゆっくりお楽しみください。
Everyone, welcome to the 26th Williams Cup. In this hall, please refrain from using the alarm clock, mobile phone, PHS, and any other things which make any sounds. Also, please refrain from eating or drinking while each speaker makes a speech. Today, we will take you into the adventure stories world, which is inherited from generation to generation in the mysterious antiquarian bookshop located in some port town. Please enjoy wonderful adventures told by 10 Gullivers until the end.
May I have your attention, please? May I have your attention, please? The opening ceremony will begin in a few minutes. Please be seated. Thank you.
まもなくオープニングセレモニーが開始となります。本大会は感染症対策を十分に講じた上で実施しております。YouTube の概要欄に掲載されておりますリンクから本日の出場者へのコメントシートおよび大会を向上させるためのアンケートへアクセスが可能です。ふるってご記入いただきますようご協力お願い申し上げます。また概要欄には PDF 版大会パンフレットとスピーチコレクションのリンクも掲載しております。各スピーチ原稿や大会コンセプト、本大会に協賛いただきました企業様の紹介等が掲載されておりますので、そちらも合わせてお楽しみください。それではセレモニーの開始までもうしばらくお待ちください。
Firstly, the distinguished judges and Krishna will enter this hall. Please stand up and welcome them with a big round of applause. Please be seated.
Everyone, welcome to the antiquarian bookshop, Williams Cup. I'm Kenichi Kubota, the owner of this shop. It's an honor to welcome you, and I hope all of you will enjoy the moment. Now, 10 adventurers are ready to enter this hall. You shouldn't miss any adventures told by them. The first speaker is Miss Yui Akatsu from Takasaki City University of Economics.
The second speaker is Mr. Tenfu Matsushita from the University of Tokyo.
The third speaker is Mr. Hayato Kojima from Keio University.
The fourth speaker is Miss Arisa Kawamura from Waseda University.
The fifth speaker is Mr. Shoki Sawamukai from Hosei University. The sixth speaker is Mr. Yuji Ogawa from Keio University.
The seventh speaker is Miss Maho Tomohiro from Aoyama Gakuin University.
The eighth speaker is Mr. Keiji Goya from Takasaki City University of Economics.
The ninth speaker is Mr. Sho Mitsuji from Hosei University.
The 10th speaker is Ms. Sawa Mashiko from St. Paul's University. Hi,
Hi, Master. Is there anything new has arrived?
today some sailors saw me an exotic book and marine chart.
Wow, they smell the scent of the tide because of wonderful voyage. How cool!
Oh, you long for adventure like Gulliver's Travels? I saw you read the story more than 100 times.
Master, don't kill me. I cannot get enough of this story. His adventure is so thrilling, isn't it? I will read again to you. Gulliver's Travels was written by Jonathan Swift in the 18th century. The story depicts Gulliver's extraordinary adventure on foreign and wonderlands.
Gulliver was once a surgeon. However, he longed for adventures for a long time. He was an ordinary man, but he had more curiosity than others. Finally, he got a chance to be a captain of the merchant ship. From the small town to the vast ocean, it's the beginning of his adventure.
We live in the wonderful world that is full of beauty, charm, and adventure. Let's go on the voyage!
However, life is not so simple. Something unexpected suddenly stood in his way. The ship was destroyed during a heavy rainstorm. Gulliver, as the only survivor, swam to an island.
When he woke up, he found his arms and legs were fastened to the ground by small people. The small people were afraid of him. Also, Gulliver was confused because their sizes were completely different from his one.
Gulliver realized that the small people were afraid of him because of the different body sizes. I don't intend to attack you. I'm just hungry. Could you help me?
Gulliver thought that they gave him their precious foods, even if it was a little for him. He was filled with gratitude. So he asked them, "Is there anything I can do for you as a big man?"
They asked him to help the war with the neighbor country. Amazingly, thanks to his big body and strong power, he led them to victory.
Gulliver and the small people have had different values, lifestyle, and of course sizes. However, thanks to accepting and making use of each different strength, they finally built a great friendship.
By small people's support, he got the courage to go on his adventure again.
New perspective, friendship, gratitude, and courage. Holding everything he gained from the chance encounter, he kept going forward with his adventure.
The world is so big and interesting. However, it is not just that. Overcoming difficulties, meeting deepest barriers, and everything you have as growing experiences. I feel not only my body, but also my heart grew into a giant. This is why I cannot stop traveling. Let's go out to the next adventure!
Compare with his story. How boring my daily life is.
Oh, you have discontents about this town?
No way, I like this beautiful harbor town. But there's no volcano, Amazon forest, and of course, small people. Everything is just too calm. And I sometimes realize how insignificant I am. Only adventure stimulates me. Master, is there any other interesting adventure story the same as Gulliver's Travels?
Okay, I will show you other adventure stories. Wait a minute.
Wow, it's so oldish, but I cannot see the title because of the dust. Williams, the same name as this shop, right? Looks so nice.
This book is handed down from generation to generation by the owner of this shop. There are 10 adventure stories about self-proud Gullivers.
Well, all the adventures names are Gulliver?
No way! all 10 adventurers experience a variety of things until today, including difficulties and mistakes. Thus, the book called them GULLIVER, meaning people great and filled with confidence with respect. You can learn a lot of new findings, such as sense of values or something new through their great adventures.
Wow, I cannot wait to read.
Okay, so let's open together. Yes. Then, let's go to the 26th Williams Cup! Everyone, welcome to the 26th Annual All Japan Intercollegiate English Oratorical Contest for the Williams Cup, sponsored by St. Paul's University ESS and the Executive Committee for the Williams Cup 2020.
First, Ms. Suzuha Kawaguchi, the Vice Executive Chairperson of the 26th Williams Cup 2020, will give her opening address. Ms. Kawaguchi, please.
Thank you, Master of Ceremonies, honorable judges, timekeepers, and audiences beyond the screen. Hello, everyone. It is my great pleasure and honor to deliver the opening address for the 26th Williams Cup. First of all, I'd like to show my deepest gratitude for all of you here, especially judges. Thank you very much for coming today in spite of your tight schedule. Without your cooperation, we couldn't hold this contest, so thank you very much again. The concept of 26th Williams Cup is GULLIVER. Gather what you gain, grow into the giant. The main meaning of this concept is hope for growing up. I'm sure Stanley Kenichi and William Cruz will tell you about it. In fact, there is another thought we put in it. The executive chairperson Nami and I put the bigness of GULLIVER into the crowd of more than 100 organizers. We thought the bigness made one whole Williams quality. However, because of coronavirus, the number of organizers was reduced to 28. We deleted the proud of bigness from the explanation. But now, I know we don't lose the bigness. Members who can come today work well more than usual, and a lot of members who cannot come here gave us hands. I know some of you shake your hand, but you educate freshmen well instead of today's organizers, right? Thanks to them, we can hold this contest without losing quality. I can say this contest is wonderful with confidence. There are 28 organizers here, but Williams Cup remain bigness thanks to all the St. Paul's ESS members. And judges and speakers, thank you very much for your cooperation in spite of this situation. Thank you very much. Then everyone, let's enjoy 10 wonderful adventures journey. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kawaguchi.
Next, Mr. Yanchun Kaku, the president of St. Paul's University, wanted to convey his welcoming message. Unfortunately, due to other business commitments, he was unable to attend today's stage. So today, I will introduce the message from Mr. Kak. Please look at page 6 of the pamphlet.
Next, we will have the Williams Cup returned. The first prize winner of the 25th Williams Cup was Miss Kaho Arima from Tsuda University. Unfortunately, she is absent today. On her behalf, Miss Kawaguchi will return the Williams Cup. So, Miss Kawaguchi and Miss Hasegawa, would you come up to the stage? Now, the Williams Cup is returned. Thank you very much, Miss Kawaguchi and Miss Hasegawa.
Next, we'd like to introduce today's judges and questioner. Judges and questioner, would you please stand up when I call your name?
First, the judges.
Miss Takami Shiokawa. Takami Shiokawa is a translator, interpreter, English-speaking guide working people from various industries. She is also a Toastmaster. She currently belongs to Tokyo Toastmasters Club, Tokyo Rompyo Toastmasters Club, and the Champions Toastmasters Club. She won the third place in Toastmasters All Japan Evaluation Speech Contest 2015 and was the finalist of Toastmasters All Japan Speech Contest 2016 and Toastmasters All Japan Table Topic Speech Contest 2016. She was the finalist of the 10th Todai Trophy Speech Contest, and she won the second place and the Audience Award in the 11th Todai Trophy Speech Contest in 2016.
Mr. Teruyuki Shiraiwa. He graduated from Seikei University, Politics and learned public speaking in Seikei University ESS in 2008 to 2010. He was a speech instructor of Kanto University's ESS League in 2011 and the executive chairperson of the 10th All Japan Intercollegiate English Rhetorical Contest with Golden Cup. He served as the elimination judge of the 14th University of Tokyo ESS Trophy, the 52nd Oki Cup, and the 20th Williams Cup, and so on. He served as the elimination judge of the 56th, 57th, 6th University English Rhetorical Contest, the 53rd Oki Cup, and the 66th Takasaki Mayor's Trophy. He is currently working as an English teacher.
Mr. Michael Perugin. He is originally from New York. Before coming to Japan, he was an English literature teacher in both New York and Los Angeles. He had traveled to over 40 countries and has taught in schools from London to Bangkok. He has taken part in various ESS speech contests, including the 40th to 44th Okuma Cup and the 20th, 21st, 23rd, and 24th Williams Cup. He is presently teaching at St. Paul's University.
Next, the questioner, Mr. Chado Faska. He is a journalist from New York with a passion for speech, writing, and traditional jazz dance. In 2004, he placed first in the American Lindy Hop Championships with his partner. In 2011, he placed first in the Toastmasters International All-Japan Evaluation Speech Contest. He teaches English literature, speech, debate, and writing, and is a proud father of 2 junior speakers. For the past 8 years, he has served as an elimination and final judge for numerous collegiate speech contests, such as Waseda Trophy, Guzawa Trophy, President's Cup, Mikami Cup, and Williams Cup, among others, and for national contests, such as Golden Cup and Jewel Cup.
Today's speakers were chosen from many applicants. The speakers were selected during the elimination stage. Mr. Peter J. Collins, Mr. Taichi Konno, Mr. Rippei Yoshinaga were the judges of the elimination round. They selected 9 finalists from all of the universities, excluding St. Paul's University.
And Mr. Makujo Yoshida and Miss Mayu Inokuchi selected the single finalist from St. Paul's University applicants. Thank you very much for your kind cooperation.
Before starting the speeches, I'll explain today's rules. Each speaker must deliver his or her speech within 8 minutes. After 7 minutes have passed, we'll ring the bell like this. After 7 minutes and 30 seconds have passed, we'll ring the bell like this. If 8 minutes have passed, I'll signal the speaker to stop speaking. Also, after each speech, there will be a question and answer period by the questioner for 3 minutes.
Next, I'd like to explain how to show the remaining time during speeches. Before each speaker starts his or her speech, the timekeeper will show the number 8 like this. When the speaker starts speaking, the timekeeper will show the number 7. This card indicates that the speaker has more than 7 minutes left, more than 6 minutes left, more than 5 minutes, 4, 3, 2, 1. More than 30 seconds left. More than 15 seconds. The speaker has less than 14 seconds left. And the card will be turned over at the end.
Finally, I'd like to introduce today's assistant, Mr. Akihiro Yano on my right, and Mr. Reiya Sakamoto on Mr. Yano's opposite. They will be today's timekeepers. And I, Kenichi Kubota, and Senri Muramatsu will be today's chairperson.
Let's open the first page. Wow, it's a cross screenword of the jungle.
Right, left, right, left, right, left. Stop! I feel like there's something or someone around here.
Stop! Don't say that. This is just a mangrove.
Look, lion!
Wow, there are elephants.
Wait, is this boat shaking?
Are you hearing this too?
No! First adventurer is Miss Yui Akatsu. The first semester, her friends passed many contests. However, she couldn't. She couldn't write the satisfied speech, so she was jealous of them. However, this summer was the last chance for her to write the speech. She decided to write it, not to regret anything. She took her negative feeling as a motivation and made an effort. Thanks to her teacher, friends, and seniors, her speech was completed. If she hadn't experienced the envy, she might have given up writing the speech. Because of having envy, she will stand on stage of a Williams Cup as first speaker.
Let us welcome the first adventurer. The first adventurer is Miss Yui Akatsu from Takasaki State University of Economics. She will deliver her speech under the title of Make Free from Unnecessary Pains. Make free from unnecessary pains. So, Miss Akatsu, please come up to the stage.
Thank you, Master of Ceremonies and distinguished judges. Hello, everyone. I have a best friend from high school. One night, I was listening to her words on the phone as always. She said, I heard one of the senpais shouting at my friend because she made a mistake. I don't know why, but it hurt, and I got a stomachache. Have you experienced something like this? I haven't. You always overthink everything. You should go to bed early tonight and forget it. I told her, hoping that my advice will relieve her worries. She replied, okay, maybe I just feel so because I'm not normal. She sounded very sad, and our conversation ended that night. A few days later, we were talking on the phone again, and she said in a trembling voice, Yui, maybe I'm an HSP. Wait, what? What is HSP? I was totally at a loss. I wanted to know what an HSP was, so I started researching it. HSP stands for highly sensitive person. There are HSP-specific traits, and I understood she was suffering because of these traits. If she hadn't realized that she was an HSP and hadn't opened up to me, I might have given her even more pain. Today, I would like everyone here to understand HSPs and avoid the suffering of hurting someone or getting hurt by someone or giving pains or getting pain. I would also like you to realize that your loved ones may be HSPs or you yourself may be an HSP. I hope all of you here, whether you are HSPs or non-HSPs, can live in a livable society together. According to Dr. Elaine Aron and her husband, Professor Arthur Aron, HSP is one of the personal traits characterized by high sensory processing sensitivity. HSPs tend to process information more deeply than non-HSPs, have higher sensitivity to stimulation, tend to sympathize with others more easily, and be more sensitive to small details or changes. Because of these traits, there are quite a few HSPs who live suffering from pain. But it is not a disease, so there is no treatment. HSPs already suffer enough because of their HSP-specific traits, but actually, non-HSPs unconsciously give HSPs even more suffering. Suppose an HSP tells non-HSPs about their worries. An HSP says something like, "Thinking about things makes me feel exhausted." Then, without knowing that those worries are HSP-specific, a non-HSP casually tries to encourage them. They may say, "Don't worry too much about it." HSPs feel that they are left alone. They can't help feeling that revealing their worries to someone has no meaning. HSPs feel pain more and more because of non-HSPs' words and deeds. So far, I've talked about how hard the life of HSPs is. Then, is it only HSPs that suffer from pain? No, non-HSPs also feel pain because they don't know about HSPs. Some of you may think now that your loved one or close friend is an HSP. You may say to yourself, "If I had known that they were HSPs, I wouldn't have casually denied their thoughts and feelings." You blame yourself for hurting them because you didn't know anything about HSPs and didn't even know they were HSPs. Thus, non-HSPs can also suffer from pain. As you can see now, both HSPs and non-HSPs can suffer. But I believe these sufferings must be unnecessary. We experience unnecessary pains because we don't know and don't understand HSPs. By having proper knowledge about HSPs, we don't have to suffer from HSP-related pains. I talked about the 4 traits HSPs have earlier, and if you understand the HSPs well, you can take those traits as positive ones. For example, careful thinking can help HSPs put themselves in other people's shoes when listening to their stories. Also, being sensitive to small details or changes means HSPs can notice and enjoy little things in everyday life. For these reasons, let me give you 2 suggestions, one for HSPs and the other for non-HSPs. By following these suggestions, I hope all of you here won't have to undergo unnecessary pain. If you think you may be an HSP, try a self-checklist of HSPs, the highly sensitive person scale on the internet. If the result shows that you are an HSP, get knowledge from Dr. Elaine Aron or HSP counselors from their website and books. One way is to change your environment by using some goods. You can use noise-canceling headphones when you don't want to listen to someone's loud voice. Another way is to change your way of thinking. For instance, when you feel affected by other people's words and feelings, try thinking on a TV show. You can avoid getting exposed to their energy directly. If you think you are a non-HSP, one of the things you can do is to become someone that understands HSPs and support them. When you listen to someone in a similar situation as I mentioned today, kindly let them know that they may be an HSP. If they never knew about HSPs, they can be saved by learning about it. Tell them that you are trying to learn what words can hurt HSPs and how HSPs suffer. Also, let them know that they have positive traits that non-HSPs don't have. Now you know, not only HSPs, but also non-HSPs suffer because of lack of knowledge. Another thing you can do is to spread knowledge of HSPs to other non-HSPs. If their loved ones are HSPs, they don't need to feel regret and pain. different people have different senses and sensibility. Sometimes this difference makes us feel pain. However, neither those who have suffered pain till today, nor those who realize they have been giving pain to others will not have to feel the same pain anymore. Learning about HSPs and understanding them even better will lead us to a society that is free from unnecessary pains. I believe we can create such a wonderful society together. Thank you.
Now, question and answer session. Mr. Faska, please.
Thank you very much for your illuminating speech. My first question is, how many people suffer from HSP?
Thank you. Yes, HSPs account for 20% of the population around the world.
Okay. And how can I tell if my friend is an HSP person?
I think kind of let them know that they may be an HSP, but it have courage to tell them. So if I don't know my friend is HSP, I will tell them. I will tell her like I consider your I consider your heart and your personality, but I think you're HSP, so if you know the traits of HSPs, you can solve your problems, and I will be a supporter to you. I will be a supporter of you.
Okay, thank you. Why is HSP not recognized as a disease?
I'm sorry, could you tell that once again?
Why is HSP not recognized as a disease?
Yes, because many symptoms in this society, so they don't know about HSP, and some symptoms are similar to HSPs, like depression or something like ADHD or like that. But it is some different points between them. So and HSPs don't spread in the society, so we don't know my problems is because of HSPs. So many people have suffered.
Okay. Some people might say that we as a society are becoming hypersensitive to the challenges of people, and they might be skeptical about HSP as a disease. Can you convince the skeptical person to take this disease seriously?
I'm sorry. Could you say that again? I'm sorry.
That's okay. For a person who's skeptical about HSP, how do you convince them to take this seriously?
Yes. HSPs can sympathize with others easily, and they thinking deeply, so they get stressed easily. So in the worst case, they come to suffer from depression. So I think it is a very serious problem. So I will tell them like this.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pasca and Ms. Akatsu. Now is the judging time. Let's open the next page. Wow, I'm flying.
Look at that cloud. It looks like a cotton candy. Oh my god, this is the best day of my life. Yay!
No, please. I can't open my eyes. Let's go down, Sona.
Come on, the sky is so beautiful. If you miss this, you really regret it.
Okay. Wow, this is amazing. I've never seen such a beautiful sky in my life.
Right? Then, let's go faster. Are you ready?
Wait, I'm not ready.
Hold on tight. Let's go! The second adventure is Mr. Tenfu Matsushita. Because of the pandemic, he was staying at home more than 4 months. During the stay-home period, he was reading as many books as possible. Before that, he didn't many time to read books. However, thanks to the introduction of online classes and ESS activities, he was able to have more time to enjoy reading books. This enjoyable time made his mental health much better, and he was able to charge the energy for the rest of this year.
Let us welcome the second adventurer. The second adventurer is Mr. Tenfu Matsushita from the University of Tokyo. He will deliver his speech under the title of Stay Home and Stay Calm. Stay home and stay calm. So, Mr. Matsushita, please come up to the stage.
Sure. Thank you, the Master of Ceremonies, and honorable judges, and all the audiences. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. A white policeman killed a black man in Minnesota. Tokyo Medical University had been manipulating the scores of female applicants. When you hear about this, you'll think of this one word: discrimination. Many people are suffering from these kinds of discriminations. And maybe most of you think that discrimination must be eliminated and people should be treated equally. Now, I want to ask you a question. Can you really act without discrimination when someone was infected with COVID-19? It is easy to say that you don't allow the discrimination that is related to race, gender, or religion. But what about discrimination related to disease, especially a new disease which may have the possibility of causing you trouble directly? Can you really say that you don't discriminate against this person? Today, I'd like to discuss this current situation with discrimination related to COVID-19 and how we can interact with them without any discrimination. COVID-19. More than 1 million people were killed, and there are still millions of people who are suffering. There are still no vaccines or effective treatments, so it has been one of the biggest menaces for human societies. as COVID-19 spread, more and more people started being afraid of disease and became very anxious. This anxious feeling made them unable to make sound judgments. As a result, many people began to see people who were infected by COVID-19 as evil. For example, in many prefectures, people threw stones or stuck up paper with very thoughtless words like, "Get out of here," or "You are a murderer," on their houses. Also, medical personnel and their families have often been discriminated against. One of my friends, whose mother is working as a nurse, told me about his experience. When he went to a grocery store, he found a neighbor there. When he tried to approach her to say hello, she got very upset and shouted at him, "Don't come close to me. You are a son of a nurse, right? I don't want to be infected." He was shocked and didn't know what to say. It is true that his mother is working at a hospital, but she's doing her infection prevention very carefully and working hard to save people who are suffering. Nevertheless, people around him were discriminating against his mother only because she's a nurse and have the possibility of being infected. And he was discriminated against simply because he's doing a very natural thing, living with his mother. You may think that you have never done that kind of discrimination, right? But let's think about it again. When you saw a news like a man in this city was infected, you might have said, "Oh no, I don't want to meet people from that city anymore." Or, "What is he doing? He must be a young, careless person." These words seem to be no big deal. However, in terms of complaining about a person, not the disease, saying these words is not so different from throwing stones at people who are infected by COVID-19. Of course, there are some people who travel around or meet people although they knew that they are ill. Being scared of them and avoiding them is not discrimination, but in the same range of self-defense. However, judging someone impulsively just by their attributes, such as medical personnel, living in Tokyo, or young, may lead to discrimination. COVID-19 is scary, but for me, in the current situation, people's reactions after someone was infected are much scarier than the disease itself. I guess many of you think so, don't you? If this kind of situation continues, people will hesitate to talk about their health condition because they will be afraid of being discriminated against. As a result, the situation will become worse and worse, and it will be difficult to stop this pandemic. Now, what can we do to solve this problem? In my opinion, the most important thing you need to do is stay calm and keep in mind these two important points. Firstly, always check to see if the information you get is right or wrong. Throwing stones at someone's house is a crime, but some people do that because they have lost their usual mind to make a right decision. Before you do something, let's stay calm and correct information about COVID-19 to make a right decision. If we get correct information, we can understand that discriminating against someone because of COVID-19 is completely meaningless. The important thing is not believing a very small amount of information, but checking various sources and judging by comparing them. Also, sharing the information you collected with others can be a way to reduce discrimination. Secondly, always try to stay calm before you act. People do thoughtless things since they can't afford to think about how others feel because of their fear. Stay calm and please consider how others feel before you do act. many people, people do sort of things since they can't afford to think about how others feel. Please stay calm and think about how others feel before you act. This can also be said to the people who intentionally infect others. People tend to forget about this golden rule in this emergency situation. Now is the time to keep it in mind. COVID-19 is very scary. However, that scary feeling should not lead to discrimination. We need to recognize that, as well as racial discrimination or gender discrimination. COVID-19 discrimination must be eliminated. How? To prevent the pandemic of COVID-19, stay home is very important. And then, to prevent the discrimination related to COVID-19, stay calm is the best way. Stay home and stay calm. Thank you for listening.
Now, question and answer session. Mr. Fasca, please.
Thank you for your inspiring speech. My first question would be, we don't shame people for catching influenza. Why is COVID-19 different?
Thank you for the question. I think COVID-19 is different because the disease itself is unknown for a long period of time. So for influenza, there are vaccines or some treatments, but COVID-19, right now, we don't have much information about it. So I think it's different.
Okay. COVID-19 shaming, is this something that's specific to Japan, or do you feel like this is a global issue?
Yes, I think it's kind of a global issue because there are still some countries which don't allow people from other countries to come into their countries, although they pass the 2 weeks or some period of time. But in some cases, these cases can be discrimination.
Okay, where can I get correct information?
Yeah, it's so difficult to get correct information because some information from media are pretty much a little bit sometimes not correct. So I suggest to get information from various kinds of newspapers or TV or Twitter or any kind of media. And also, it is important to compare them and what is the right information and what is the wrong information.
Right now, Japan has relatively few cases. Do you think the number of cases is accurate, or do you think some people are hiding their cases because of COVID shaming?
I think some people are hiding it because actually it's my personal experience, but I'm living in dormitory, and one of the students in my dormitory was hiding, although he had a fever, and it was okay because he wasn't actually COVID-19, but if he has a COVID-19, it has been a disaster. So I think there are some cases who are hiding the health condition of them.
So I just heard that my neighbor has COVID. What should I do?
Yeah. So firstly, don't reject the neighbor of you. So the important thing is not hating the people, but hating the disease. So of course you need to be careful, but please don't discriminate that person.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fasca and Mr. Matsushita. Now is the judging time. Let's open the next page. Oh, it's burning hot.
It gives me energy just looking at those mountains.
Yeah, right.
What?
Look, it's volcanic eruption.
Run! The third adventurer is Mr. Hayato Kojima. He thinks he could grow his ability, especially rethinking his beliefs. As speeches requires us to turn our beliefs into words and to persuade the audience. We need to provide clear and understandable reasons. Through his process, he had gained ability to doubt himself and to make sure his beliefs were justifiable. Thanks to that, he became able to explain himself better and get confirmation why he believes a certain fact. Well, I do not have any other reason not to believe in it.
Let us welcome the third adventurer. The third adventurer is Mr. Hayato Kojima from Keio University. He will deliver his speech under the title of Do You Understand English? Do you understand English? So, Mr. Kojima, please come up to the stage.
Sure. Thank you, Master of Ceremonies and honorable judges. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Hear my good, understand it. I just realized that I probably lost points in the correct English category that is most likely on the judging sheet. But it is for a reason. Let me ask you all a question. What do you think? I just spoke in the most exaggerated, stereotypical, Japanese way imaginable. You spoke incorrect English. Fair enough. That didn't sound even a bit native. Also fair. You spoke bad English. Let us pause for a moment and think about this. Was the sentence that I had just spoken in the beginning bad English? This question is what this speech is going to be about. Today, I hope to be able to free you all from a misconception. A misconception that is preventing you from becoming good English. We all practice English. I mean, you are listening to an English speech at this very moment. And that is why I believe that we've all struggled with communicating in English for one reason or another. A friend once told me that my English, although fluent, was too difficult for her to understand. While another told me that he was not able to articulate in a way that a native would understand, and he reluctantly gave up on helping him out. It does not matter whether you are a fluent user of English or not. Anyone can have trouble while trying to make their thoughts good. language at its core. And by extension, English is a communication tool. And especially in the case of a secondary language, when you are not in need of a way to perceive the world around you, you learn a language in order to be understood by others. If something is a tool, then how good a user is at using that tool should be determined by if the user could have it do what it is supposed to do. That is why how good someone is at using English should be measured by whether they could be understood by others or not. But this seemingly obvious conception on what good English is does not exactly translate over to real life. People seem to have this idea that how natural or native someone's English sounds is a way to measure how good their English is. You hear it all the time. You speak good English. Sounds as if you're an American. Or, I am a bad English. I have too much of an accent. I'm here to tell everyone that phrases like these are missing the point. In my case, as a result of having been told that I spoke English well due to it sounding as if it was native, I imitated how a native speaker spoke English. I spoke at the same speed as them. I used the big words that they use. And I used the same forms of expressions as them. We see many people go down a similar path when they are trying to improve their English, and that is because of the misconception that the imitation of native speakers allow us to become better at English. However, in terms of communication, doing this is not at all effective. As the great Chinese philosopher Confucius puts it, he who speaks does not speak without modesty, find it difficult to make his words good. Trying to speak in a native, natural English can mean that you speak too fast for a non-native speaker, or you use words too big to be understood. If we do not deal with the misconception that English is anything but understandable English, you'll find yourself having trouble being understood in the process of trying to improve your English. Please speak more slowly and use words that I can understand, said the friend who I had mentioned earlier. Determine the goodness of English only through how understandable it is. How natural or native someone's English sounds is not important in the grand scheme of things. I'm not saying that native speakers are bad at English, just that they're not necessarily good at it. If an Englishman who is not making an effort to make himself understood is not understood by someone who is capable of using English, then is he a speaker? After my friend told me to speak more clearly, slowly, and with smaller words, I did just that. And although my English became less natural as a result, I found the results to be a pleasant surprise. My friend told me that she was able to understand me a lot easier, and many others did the same as well. I was finally better at making my English do what it was supposed to do. I was finally good at English. Speak clearly, slowly, smaller words. When you're trying to improve your English, do not try to imitate native speakers without first thinking about how understandable it is first. Also, at the end of the day, trying to become understandable is a lot more manageable than being native as well, even if you are in the process of trying to learn English. Ladies, gentlemen, now I believe you all know what makes good English and good English speaker. the next time you are trying to make a decision on how good someone's English is, the question you should be asking is, was that understandable? Not, was that natural? I will end my speech with 2 questions. Did you understand English? Do you now understand English? Thank you for listening.
Now, question and answer session. Mr. Faska, please.
Thank you very much for your educational speech. My first question would be, what is a sign that we need to adjust our speaking?
So, of course, in the event where, well, so this is in a face-to-face manner, one-on-one situation, and that if that person seems to kind of be a bit confused about what you're saying, then that is a sign that you have to adjust. You know, it depends on your situation, whether you need to kind of, you know, in a way level it up a notch or, you know, keep your level to the person that you're facing.
Okay, thank you. If everyone follows your advice, do we risk lowering the quality of our ability?
So here's the thing. So in my solution part, I did mention that do not try to imitate native speakers without first thinking whether it is understandable or not. So I believe that if we have the prerequisite that something is understandable, then we can raise the quality of our English skills. And that is the reason why I believe that the, in a way, level of English will not be lowered even if we follow my solution, because, you know, it's just trying to make sure that language is doing its job.
Okay, what do you say though to people who are on the opposite side, who might say that for non-native speakers to hear high quality English will actually help raise their level by introducing them to new words, expressions, and vocabulary?
So I do believe that gaining gaining more knowledge and using something to a better degree are 2 different things. So yes, of course, in the process of trying to learn, then yes, listening to native speakers is definitely better. But when you are speaking, when you're trying to communicate, when you're trying to actually put your English to use, then it does not necessarily mean that everything that you took in should be on the table. It should be that a bit more controlled, I believe.
Okay, I'm a native speaker of English, but I want to be a better speaker according to your rules. What tips do you have for me as a speaker?
So as a native speaker, I do believe that if you were raised in an English-speaking environment, that you know how to communicate with natives. So I believe that the challenge is to communicate with non-natives. And how do you do that? It's just through practice. To kind of, you know, have someone close to you that's non-native that also is interested or capable in speaking English, and trying to kind of, you know, get their opinions on how you speak. You know, was the vocabulary that I just used too difficult? Did I speak too quickly? Things along those lines, in the event where you know, some misconceptions just occur because of the language barrier.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Faska and Mr. Kojima. Now is the judging time. Let's open the next page. Wow, what an amazing view.
Sometimes I want to give up climbing, but I know it's a harder process, but it will let me a better view. Yes, I decided. Climb every mountain, ford every stream, follow every rainbow, till I find my dream. The first adventurer is Miss Arisa Kawamura. All the previous speeches were just to share her discontented stories, because she strongly believed that discontentment is the only way to create her passion. All the speech contests were just only the opportunities to tell her stories, but now she finally wants to change values of the audience. Through this last speech script for her, she learned how to rely on her seniors and face their reactions.
Let us welcome the fourth adventurer. The fourth adventurer is Miss Arisa Kawamura from Waseda University. She will deliver her speech under the title of Be a Heroic Taxpayer. Be a Heroic Taxpayer. So, Miss Kawamura, please come up to the stage.
Thank you, Masters of Ceremonies and distinguished judges. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. When I close my eyes, I still remember my grandma's house with the red roof, the yellow promenade of ray blossoms, the rainbow-colored fireworks along the coast. Every vacation, I spend 4 hours to visit my grandma's house at Miyagi Prefecture every vacation. I stayed there for a month every time, so it is my second home with tons of colorful memories. One day, there was a turning point where I cannot visit my grandma's house anymore. 3/11, the Great East Japan earthquake. After the earthquake and following tsunami, all of our dear places were completely painted in black and white. Nearly 16,000 lives were lost. More than 1 million houses were damaged. It's been almost 10 years since the government had started the large-scale reconstruction program, and the cities are getting back to the usual image, which is all the more reason to not let the NA cities be tsunami-stricken again. That's why I am standing here to talk about the needs of additional countermeasures to protect people's lives and home from tsunami. After my speech, I hope my speech can contribute to fulfill the sufficient level of prevention and save everyone's hometown in the future. Japan is an earthquake-prone country. In 30 years, there are 90% of possibilities an earthquake of Tohoku region, and 70 to 80% in Nankai Trough earthquake, and 70% in Tokyo inland earthquake. After 3/11 in these announcements, many municipalities had realized their lack of countermeasures and started to amend them, such as evacuation planning and hazard maps. On the contrary, mitigation from an initial occurrence, like seawalls, isn't prepared well. Despite the fact of 311, that 90% of death of drowning and 90% of completely destroyed buildings was caused by tsunami. Even local governments of particularly concerned regions only stated reviewing the preventive facilities are necessary, but did almost nothing. Under such undeterred circumstances, imagine if these concerned earthquakes occur right now. People in these regions will have a nightmare like 311 again. Even though they know its horribleness and have noticed the needs of rectifying the current measures. Why? Many municipalities have not taken the next step. But simply because it needs a large sum of money. In fact, the local governments of Hamamatsu City had finally started the development of a seawall when a 3-year donation of 30 billion yen is secured by a local company. See how the available budget makes it feasible. Then how can we, as individuals, interfere in their decisions? Since an individual's money is limited and each small amount doesn't have a big power, I'm not going to suggest simple donation. And even if you donate, you may doubt whether your donation is properly used for disaster prevention or not. So let me tell you a simple but wonderful way to help them. Hometown tax donation program. Furusato Noze in Japanese. Some of you may say, Furusato Noze? It's too expensive though. But wait a moment, let me tell you how it fascinates thousands of people. Firstly, it is named donation, but it is actually appreciated as tax saving. In addition, you can get indigenous products in return for the tax you pay. Last time we tried, I got Japanese black beef from Okayama City for my grandma's birthday. Yes, it was a bit expensive for me, but as an ordinary student, but I just realized that such expenses substantially a little high dinner. So isn't it easy to start with the basis of once in a few minutes? And amazingly, thanks to this system, you can design the use of your money. So let me introduce a website, Furusato Choice. This website allows you to search for the uses of your paid tax. So you can just type disaster prevention on the search tab to identify which municipalities are aware of. As there's a growing trend for the local governments to put emphasis on collecting more money, our purchasing power can increase its number taking such measures. And for those who believe that it's not your business because you don't live in such concerned area, please be rational. Did you know that you guys or your parents have already paid special reconstruction tax? This tax is imposed on your income tax, and which means your money is automatically used for reconstruction for create area and victims after all. So why don't you make a beneficial choice of saving tax? It will be 10 years in half of a year since 311. And it's impossible to enjoy my break with my grandma in the same scenery. And my grandma cannot forget her memories in black and white. However, our small action of tax saving can change someone's future. So ladies and gentlemen, now is the time for us to remind ourselves of the threat of the earthquake and tsunami. By making progress on mitigation measures, we can save great sceneries and someone's home. So let's be a heroic taxpayer to save someone's memories colorful. Thank you.
Now, question and answer session. Mr. Fasca, please.
Thank you very much for your inspiring speech. You mentioned several places at risk of earthquake. How many regions need seawalls to be built? How many regions, how many areas need the seawalls to be built?
So how many, it is really uncountable because the expectation of the scholars' expectation is sometimes exceeds. But, you know, in the speech I mentioned that some few earthquakes possibilities. And for that earthquakes, we at least need a high seawall. So that's why I mentioned.
Thank you. You mentioned how the government is doing the reconstruction project. Do you think it needs to do more in order to prepare for the earthquake? Should we be pressuring the government to do more to reconstruct and prepare for the next one?
So that's the reason why I made this speech. So so for me, Furusato Noze, and my speech is a pressure to the government because they didn't you know, the priority of the policies isn't really high for now, and I think that we should make it top priority, and you know, this issue from this viewpoint is not really aware in the society. So yeah, I hope this speech will be the pressure to the government.
Okay, thank you. Big earthquakes are inevitable, so they will definitely happen again. What do you think about the idea of moving people out of the tsunami range?
That's a good question. Actually, my grandma lost her home because of the tsunami, but and she moved to Tokyo because she's really scared of tsunami. And I totally agree with the people's opinion that they should move out of that kind of area. But like that is not the end of the world. That is not the end of the story. I mean, like that is like Japan. As I said in speech, Japan is an earthquake-prone country, so we should prepare for we should make maximum effort in preparing so that then escaping from tsunami is not the realistic way. And by building the seawalls, I believe that we can end the endless escaping. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fasca and Ms. Kawamura. Now is the judging time. Let's open the next page. Can you hear the rhythm of rain dripping?
It's a rainy day.
We can't go on an adventure. It's boring.
Yeah. But shall we go even in this rain? There must be different adventure. Good idea. Look, paddle like an ocean. Cool. It stopped raining.
Yeah.
Hey, look up the sky. Beautiful rainbow.
The fifth adventurer is Mr. Shoki Sawamukai. His English skills have improved the most through his speech activities. When he was a freshman, he was often made fun of his English skills and called Sawamukai English. He's had a very difficult time writing a speech and he felt less than. However, that frustration encouraged him to work diligently on his speech and to talk to foreign people. Thanks to that, his English has improved. Now, he can proudly say that he has grown as he stands on this stage.
Let us welcome the fifth adventurer. The fifth adventurer is Mr. Shoki Sawamukai from Hosei University. He will deliver his speech under the title of The Form of Happiness. The Form of Happiness. So, Mr. Sawamukai, please come up to the stage.
Okay. Thank you, Master of Ceremonies and honorable judges. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. When I was a high school student, my sister ran track and field. She was a star player in 100 meter and always shined so brightly. My whole family was very proud of her. But one day, my sister suddenly said to my family, I don't like track and field anymore. I want to quit. And we said, that's a pity. You have the potential to participate in national convention. As a family, we didn't listen to her voice, and we didn't accept her decision. However, 6 months after this event, we would strongly regret our action towards her. I believe everyone has had or will have an opportunity to consult with their family about any decisions, like choosing a job, getting married, or living from some communities. Then, what did you say to them, or what's said by them? You should rethink a decision. I don't accept it. I guess everyone has had experiences of saying or being told these words. Of course, I believe
every family member should always support each other for the sake of their happiness. However, even though we notice that, we sometimes ignore their opinions and break their happiness. That's why today, I'm going to suggest how to deal with decisions being made by people, not just family, but also friends, colleagues, or anyone close to you. I hope you will understand the difference of happiness between people and respecting their happiness. In the first place, why do we ignore other decisions, even though we know we should respect them? It's because there is a gap between how happy we think they are and how happy they actually feel. In my family's case, we thought that my sister's happiness originated from being active in track and field and getting prizes or participating in national tournaments. But my sister's happiness was just from the enjoyment of running. Like this, we sometimes assume others' happiness only by ourselves. However, is it really good things we don't respect their opinion and disagree with their decisions? Imagine a sweatshop you work to. The work is painful and you want to quit the factory. However, your friends or family don't agree with your decisions and they won't let you quit even though you pushed yourself to confront them. How to feel? Maybe you would feel sour and you would not quit it even if you feel stressed out. In the worst case, you accumulate too much stress and will lead to some mental disorders. When we ignore other decisions, we may break their happiness. Half a year after my sister had told her decision to my family, she came to suffer from stress and was diagnosed as autonomically embarrassed. She often became ill, couldn't go to school, and finally quit track and field unavoidably. She began to build a wall around herself. My family felt so regretful. Said, why? Why didn't we support her decision at the time? Why didn't we consider her feelings? She felt this pain because of us. My heart also always came to the thought, it is my fault. Not only my sister, but also my family suffered. Through my experience, I strongly learned about the important thing is we realize that the form of happiness is different with many people. We all have different values, and that is different even with our families. So we have to listen to their inner voice carefully and understand their opinion. For example, asking them like, why did you make this decision? What do you want to do? Of course, it is okay to give an option based on their feeling. But we should not blame them completely, even if they made a decision against what you think will make them happy. If we blame them, they will feel lonely and they may limit one's happiness within oneself. The form of happiness is not always the same, and we all have a right to get to equal happiness. Therefore, we should understand their opinion and respect their happiness. But there may come a time when we can't accept their choices, even if we understand their feelings due to our worry or anxiety. In this time, we need to send them our concerns and worries by using our own words. By doing so, they can also understand our feelings. Then, if they change their mind, we should now think about our path with them once more based on their feelings. If they still want to follow their own choices, please help them not to fail as much as you can. Please don't forget when they're happy, we are also happy. Last month, my sister talked to me and my parents about choosing college. We listened to her voice of mind and asked, why did you choose college, we are still worried about you because your symptoms are not cured yet. Then she said, I'm glad to hear that, but I want to be a caregiver. I don't want to regret. Then we understood her feelings and we decided to support her. We know if she's happy, we are also happy. Shakespeare left us think that choices we make dictate the lives we lead. Yes, the fact that they choose their way is important for them to get happiness. Through this speech, I believe that we all notice the importance of respecting their decision and their happiness again. The verb of happiness is completely different from one to another. Why not listen to their voice? Why not respect their happiness? Their own decision leads to their own happiness. Thank you for listening.
Now, question and answer session. Mr. Faska, please.
Thank you very much for your inspiring speech. My first question is, and if it's too personal, you can say no, but did you discover the root cause of your sister's unhappiness with track and field?
Sorry, even if she don't like track and field, why she continue to this track and field? Okay, so I think the reason is so she don't want to let you down in my family. So for example, my family hopes for her because she has a talent that was by all envied. At everyone's dream, she was everyone's dream. So I think she don't want to let you down in my family, I think.
Okay, thank you very much. My next question would be, so sometimes people express their displeasure with an activity or situation without really wanting to stop that activity or situation. How can you tell when someone needs to quit versus someone needs encouragement?
Okay, so actually it is difficult question, but I think so. Actually, sometimes realistic opinion is so needed, but I think the important thing is we support to someone, people who have a goal, and we have a person who booster this decision. So for example, so we not to fail as much as we can, for example, I think.
Okay, thank you. So some people might say that your sister is wasting her talent and needs to be pushed. In that case, how would you respond to those people?
Sorry, pardon?
So in some cases, people might say your sister has a real talent and that she can do great things. So she must do those great things. She must use that talent. What would you say to those people?
Okay, I think so. Okay, actually, these cases are happened in my experience. So my teacher or my sister said to my family, she has a talent. I don't want you to stop this track and field. But then I said, so actually my family, the important thing for my family is, so her role to the happiness. So then we said, so in order to get the happiness for her, track and field, so she should quit track and field. So the important thing is we tell them or this why they stop this decision, I think.
Okay. Last question. If I'm in the situation of your sister, what can I do to help my family recognize my situation, recognize that I'm being forced to do something that is against my will?
So we sometimes force to them. So what should I do?
What should I do if I was in your sister's situation?
Okay. So actually, in this case, so my sister also talked just on my feelings. Actually, so she can't talk my true feeling in my family. But also in this situation, these people should true feeling and don't ashamed or don't take care of others' eyes. So then we should keep talking. We should keep talking until we understand completely. I think it is the best way to these people, I think.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pasca and Mr. Sawamukai. The first session is over. Now, the distinguished judges leave this hall. Please stand up and give them a big hand. Please be seated. これより35分間の昼休憩とさせていただきます。セカンドセッションは13時5分開始予定ですので、5分前の13時までには着席していますようよろしくお願いいたします。本日、YouTube の概要欄に掲載されておりますリンクから、本日の出場者へのコメントシート、および大会を向上させるためのアンケートへアクセスが可能です。ふるってご記入いただきますようご協力お願い申し上げます。
また、概要欄には大会パンフレットの PDF 版リンクも掲載しております。各スピーチ原稿や大会コンセプト、本大会に協賛いただきました企業様の紹介等が掲載されておりますので、そちらも合わせてお楽しみください。
The distinguished judges and questioner will return to this hall. Please stand up and welcome them with a big round of applause. Please be seated. Let's open the next page. I cannot see anything.
We've already walked over 1 hour. Is that the right direction?
I checked a lot.
It's too dark. I'm so scared. I can't take this anymore.
We're in the darkness, but don't worry. There is a light at the end of the cave. What we can do now is just keeping walking. Now is the time to take a step closer to the bright hope. Look! The way out of the cave! The sixth adventurer is Mr. Yuji Ogawa. Last year, one of his goals was to participate in the Williams Cup. So he was very happy to have had participated last year. However, at the same time, he lost a goal in speech activity. So he needed a new goal to be a giant. In last contest, he was moved at the attitude of the other speakers and hospitality. Since then, he came to be eager to writing speech again. Forgetting what he gained, he doesn't know he can be a giant, but he, Gulliver, could come back to the Williams Cup.
Let us welcome the sixth adventurer. The sixth adventurer is Mr. Yuji Ogawa from Keio University. He will deliver his speech under the title of The True Media Literacy. The True Media Literacy. So, Mr. Ogawa, please come up to the stage.
Thank you, Master of Ceremonies and honorable judges. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. When I was a freshman, I was fascinated with speech activity. I was moved by persuasive speech and was eager to make it. Speech is a kind of medium to persuade others by using information. So I wanted to make my speech persuasive. However, through this process, I ignored information that opposed my claim, made up a story. Yes, I consider my claim as the only one truth. and couldn't see other data and opinions. Let us look at another example. Coronavirus is just a cold. So let us gather in Shibuya and hold a party. One day in August, a surprising tweet attracted my attention. One of the participants said in his Twitter, "Mass media deceived us. They said COVID-19 is dangerous, but actually, it's not." Of course, many people have died because of this virus, so it's obviously dangerous. So why did they believe their truth? In fact, both examples show a common problem. What is this? Media literacy. According to the Ministry of Internal Affairs and Communications, the definition of media literacy is the ability to read and write media actively. Oh, you have already know this word. But these examples show the necessity of changing our perception of media literacy. So today, I would like you to rethink the attitude toward information and the true meaning of media literacy. I hope you can face information neutrally with a wider view. These examples show the people who stick to their own truths tend to receive the information that suits them. Post-truth generation. This word, which is describes the situation, was chosen as a word of the year in 2016 by Oxford Dictionary. This means this tendency is a social phenomenon. If we stick to our own truths, we can't see other perspectives. It is called the echo chamber effect, which we only see the content that reinforces our claim in our community. In this situation, we assume the information we have is the only one truth in the world, so we can realize its abnormality and can't see other perspectives. To make matters worse, such people try to enlighten others for their justice by imposing their truth. Because of obsession, the incorrect information spreads. Comparing and analyzing different information, all you should do is extract only the fact. You may have heard of these methodologies of media literacy, right? But surprisingly, they are just impossible ways to try to reach the only one truth. In the second example, the people who believe coronavirus is just a cold have already chosen their truth among much information. And even if they extract only the fact, they will interpret the fact in such a way they can accept it easily. Like this, these methodologies have no use for this problem unless we understand one point. The point is to know about truth. Truth is a truth state of certain matter for each person, while the fact is something that can be seen the same for everyone. For example, I bumped into another person. This is a fact. I was deliberately bumped into by him. This is a truth because he may think the same as me. Like this, truth can be interpreted by each person and be different from person to person. So it is almost impossible to certify objectively information we have as the most reliable truth. Yes, to recognize what is truth, this is a true meaning of media literacy. So what should we do? First, let us look for the other truths. Only after we realize there are numerous truths in the world, we can accept other truths. This can make the opportunity to have more choices of information. Next, keep pondering the information you have. As we can certify information we have as the most reliable truth, all we can do is keep pondering in it, whether the truth of it can be unreliable. By accepting this, we can doubt and analyze information. By understanding the truth itself, these methodologies of media literacy, like comparing information, extracting a fact, become effective ways to ponder on information. That is because they are changed into impossible ways to try to reach on-demand truth, into possible ways just to analyze and extract information. In the coronavirus case, they can make the opportunity to look at the other truths by comparing different information. And by extracting a fact, they can eliminate the bias to doubt and analyze information. Like this, by understanding that true media literacy, these methodologies begin their value. Since I realized this, I realized this when I participate in a speech contest. In her reflection, a honorable judge pointed out the contradiction of my speech and told me his truth. At this moment, my truth was easily collapsed, even though I hadn't turned the fear to other suggestions until then. This identification made me realize my truth was not only one truth, and I need to keep pondering on the information I have. Since then, I have pondered on the information I have, especially in a speech activity. I deeply analyze my speech and other speeches. Currently, I can certify whether my truth is most reliable or not. However, the moment I ponder, it's obvious that I don't stick to one truth and have a wider view. There is always only one truth. This is a famous phrase of Detective Conan, right? But this phrase is just one of the truths. And of course, my speech shows just one of the truths. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is up to you to believe what I'm saying. You will understand I'm not joking. If you realize that true media literacy, you will start doubting and ponder my speech. At this time, I will be awesomed to achieve my goal by this speech. Thank you.
Now, question and answer session. Mr. Fasca, please.
Okay, thank you very much for your very interesting speech. You mentioned that someone on Twitter wrote that COVID is just a cold. Is this a truth or a misconception?
It is just a truth for them. But there is some kind of misconception based on the data in their opinion. Because in their opinion, even we may gather so many people. Actually, there is a possibility to infect with others. It is a misconception, but the coronavirus is just a cold. It's kind of truth, and I can't decide yet. But this is a kind of truth for them. But yes,
okay. If I was that Twitter user, and this is my truth, can I just take my mask off now?
Sorry.
If the Twitter user was me, and I said it's just a cold, can I take my mask off now?
No. So there is a possibility to infect with others in this contest, and of course, okay, no.
So I guess what I'm trying to understand is, how do we recognize the different truths that people have at the same time that there's the existence of things that we consider to be facts? So the core message of your speech, is it that we should accept the truths of different people regardless of whether they're based on fact? So could you clarify that for me?
Okay, of course, to accept other truths is important because we can't, otherwise we can't make a decision. So, but important thing is to ponder on their truths even after you take action and even after you do something. By doing so, maybe you can avoid sticking one truth.
Okay. In your speech, you said that we can pull facts from truths. Can you explain how we can pull facts from truths? Or you said if we out of our truths that we can basically gather the facts. Can you explain that sort of process?
The process of gathering some facts. Okay. This is, as I said in my speech, to the information which some interpretation are included is truth, and the just incident which everyone can see the same is a fact, and by extracting facts we can gather some facts from a lot of information.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pasca and Mr. Ogawa. Now is the judging time. Let's open the next page. Wow, how high the cliff it is. My legs are trembling.
Hey, the peak is right there. We'll get there soon. Keep it up.
No!
Let it go! I rescue, I promise!
No! We are both gonna end up dying. Just let me go.
No, I don't believe that. I'm not giving up, so neither are you. Come on, believe me.
The seventh adventurer is Miss Maho Tomohiro. The fact that she got the ticket for this contest proves her growth. She's not much confident of her English, but she's been making effort to participate in major speech contests. Firstly, she analyzed and researched the speeches of the tournament participants. Secondly, she had many ESS members to correct her speech. She kept doing these two things thoroughly for months. Eventually, her dream has come true to participate in the Williams Cup. She's learned that beliefs, efforts, and continuations will lead to the greater result.
Let us welcome the seventh adventurer. The seventh adventurer is Miss Maho Tomohiro from Aoyama Gakuin University. She will deliver her speech under the title of Bold or Devoid. Bold or Devoid. So Miss Tomohiro, please come up to the stage.
Thank you, Master of Ceremony and distinguished judges. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon.
One day in my seminar class, my teacher asked us a question. Raise your hand if you go and vote in every election. I thought, I don't go because I'm not interested in politics. I looked around to see how my friends were reacting to it. I saw only 2 out of 50 students raising their hand. And I did not raise my hand too. Do you go and vote in every election? I think many of young people would say no. Then why don't you go and vote? In my case, it was because I didn't know much about politics and thought politics had nothing to do with me. However, through my experience, I realized how interesting politics is, and I started to enjoy voting. So I would like to share my method to be motivated to vote. Through my speech, I want especially young people to be the ones who increase the voting rate. In 2019, there was a very important election for Japanese citizens. It resulted in increase in consumption tax and a change in constitutional amendment. Now, how many young people do you think voted in the last election? I guess most of you know that the voting rate of young people is low, but do you know how low it is? According to Ministry of Internal Affairs and Communication, the voting rate of teens and 20s was only about 31%. On the other hand, the voting rate of over 60 was about 67%. As you could see, the voting rate of young people is very low, and for elderly people, it is quite high. What will happen to a society if young people's voting rate is low? It will be a silver democracy. Then, what is a silver democracy? It is a structure of society that the elderly people have more political influence over young people. If you were a politician, would you prefer to make beneficial policy for elderly people who go and vote, or for young people who don't go and vote? Probably, most of you would prefer spending more effort for elderly people. According to National Tax Agency, 33% of the taxes are used for Social Security expenses. Also, about half of Social Security expenses is used as a pension, which is obviously for elderly people. As you could see, Japanese politicians tend to make beneficial policy for elderly people who actually go and vote. Is it okay to raise the right to vote, even young paying taxes as well? Why don't you vote while elderly people devote their time to change Japan? Now, why don't you go and vote while elderly people do? It is because most young people don't have interest in politics. Maybe they think voting doesn't affect our lives. It's meaningless. These beliefs lead young people to have little interest in politics. According to the research in 2018 done by Hakuodo Life Research Institute, only 31% of teens and 20s have interest in politics. Young people who don't have interest would not try to learn or research. As a result, young people will keep distance themselves more from the politics. I was one of the young people who were not interested in politics because I thought elderly people can devote their time for politics instead of me. However, one event changed my mind. Last summer, I had an opportunity to learn about Japanese death and debate about it in my seminar class. One girl said, "I think that Japan cannot recover from that debt." The other guy said, "Government may withdraw from national bank account to satisfy the debt." At first, I didn't raise my opinion. However, while listening to their opinion, I gradually began to have my own idea. I said, now Japan has a huge amount of debt, but we have a lot of time to change politics. So I think we could be optimistic. Surprisingly, they agreed to my opinion. At this moment, I realized one big thing. Talking about politics with my friend is very fun. I thought that if young people had opportunity to learn and talk about it, eventually they will be interested in politics and start to have their opinion. At this opportunity, I became interested in politics and it made me go and vote in the election. So I want to share my method to be motivated to go and vote. The key is to talk about politics in casual conversation with your friend. You may hesitate to talk about politics with your friend at first. However, by talking about politics, your friend will be able to get new information about it. Also, you may be able to hear new opinions and learn new things about politics from them. Don't you think that it will be beneficial for both you and your friend? But it's hard to talk to your friend about politics right away. So now here is an easier method. Let's follow politicians Instagram or Twitter. But who should you follow? The answer is anyone. For example, anyone who is good looking, who has same hobby, or who is from same high school as you. In my case, I followed Mr. Yoshimura, the governor of Osaka Prefecture, because he is good looking. Like this, by following social media, you will see their posts unintentionally on daily basis. By these two methods, you will gradually become interested in politics and feel motivated about voting to reflect your opinion in politics. Now, the coronavirus pandemic is still happening all over the world. Isn't there a topic that many young Japanese people have talked about? Yes, it is Go To Travel campaign. Are you for or against to this campaign? Don't just keep it in your mind. Tell your friend your opinion and enjoy taking part in politics. Now, you have a ticket named voting to change the future based on your opinion. You have two options, vote or the vote, or vote and the vote. Majority of young people are instead of vote or the vote, where they are still indecisive about voting or just have no interest in it. But society needs vote and vote people who were determined to use their right to change Japan. After my speech, which one do you think you are? I hope you decided your answer. Thank you for listening.
Now, question and answer session. Mr. Frasca, please.
So, thank you very much for your speech. My first question is about why you think young people are not interested in politics.
Why?
Why?
Because as I mentioned in my speech, most young people don't have interest in politics. According to research in 2018 done by Hakuodo Life Research Institute, only 31% of teens and 20s have interest in politics. So most young people don't have interest in politics.
Right, I understand that, but I'm wondering why in particular do they not have an interest? Is there a reason why they don't in the data that you found? Was there a reason why young people
Reason.
didn't have an interest?
Because another reason. In Japanese, education is we have children don't have more opportunity to speak up in the classroom, such as group discussion or group debate. So Japanese education have more opportunity, such opportunity.
Okay, so the education system would be the way that you would, for Japan's education system needs to shift then in order to help address this issue? Okay, what about political parties in the government? Do they have a responsibility to increase young people's interest?
Sorry.
So does the government or political parties, do they have a responsibility to engage to get the interest of young people? So should like the LDP, should it do more to reach young people and get them interested in politics?
Government, politicians are close to more young people. For example, politicians appear on TV show, a TV popularity TV for young people, or use SNS. So close to.
Okay. So right now we have in Parliament, there are people representing different regions. To avoid having a silver democracy, should there be politicians who represent different age groups? Would that help solve the issue? So not just old politicians, but that there must be politicians from their 20s or 30s or 40s who are in the government. Could this possibly help get people more interested in politics?
Interesting. I'm sorry, can you?
So now mainly older people are politicians. If there was a rule that young people must also be politicians, could that help?
Okay. More politicians should spend budget on education system for young people. So if young people have a desire to vote, young people, more Japanese politicians would make policy for young people.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pasca and Ms. Tomohiro. Now is the judging time. Let's open the next page. Ouch! Some grains of sand jumped into my eyes.
Oh, this heat is killing me. I need water. I cannot make it. But I won't stop my step. I keep going because I know the most important thing is keeping on believing that there is a little hope even in difficulty. Wait, sound of water? Oasis! The eighth adventure is Mr. Keiji Goya. This speech has dramatically changed his speech life. Before, he was aiming to participate in open contest without reasons. However, one day, he felt his speech was not real. Then, he decided to do what he truly wanted to say. While writing his speech, he was the most passionate ever so far. He got the call from Williams Cup. It gave him unwavering confidence. Now, he's sure the most important point is to tell his true message. He will continue to raise his voice with his genuine message.
Let us welcome the eighth adventure. The eighth adventure is Mr. Keiji Goya from Takasaki City University of Economics. He will deliver his speech under the title of Don't Make to Make. Don't Make to Make. So, Mr. Goya, please come up to the stage.
Thank you, Master of the Ceremonies and honorable judges. Good afternoon, everyone. Since I started my speech life, almost a year and a half has passed. I have never won any prizes, but I have found one strange thing in the speech world. First of all, I will tell you the story. Last summer, one of my friends made a speech in a contest. It was nice and coherent, but I thought the suggestion is not really feasible. I asked, "Wow, your speech was wonderful, but do you really do that every day?" No, I've never done that." "What? I thought you usually do." We talked while laughing, but I felt that something was wrong. Why did he make such a speech? The strange thing I found is that some people write what they didn't do, think, or want to say. I never do such a ridiculous thing. Some people may think so. Even so, I'm sure that my speech will make you notice something new. Today, I'd like to tell you my way of thinking about speech. Through my speech, I want all of you to rethink about your attitude to speech and work on speech activity more happily and creatively. Before giving my opinion, let me tell you my experience. I mentioned one of my friends just now, but actually, I used to be like him. Prior to making this speech, I was struggling with another speech. Inspired by a great speaker, I was filled with motivation at first. At that time, I really wanted to make a great speech, and then, without sense of guilt, I made up a personal experience to suit the speech. However, things don't go well all the time. I considered thoroughly, researched carefully, and did brainstorming with many friends, but I could not organize my ideas. I felt miserable. Why is this so difficult? I'm working my tail off. It was not fun at all. Because it was too hard, finally, I gave up. I don't want to think of this speech anymore. I'm going to start a new topic freely without caring about anything. Suddenly, I noticed, wait, really? That meant I had not written my speech freely. Unconsciously, I was focusing too much on evaluations. That was not what I really want to convey. Without clear purpose, I was writing the speech to just deliver a speech. Then, why do we tend to focus on rating? That is because we work on speech competitively. In this ESS speech world, our speech is always scored, although there's no absolute scale. Also, who have taught you speech since you were a beginner? Yes, seniors, who are also in competitions with others. In these respects, ESS speeches are different from general speeches. It cannot be hoped that some people expecting good results get lost. Nevertheless, I want to ask you a question. Not so many, but some people write what they don't do, think, or truly want to say to meet judging criteria. Is that a good thing? No way. Let's think together. We speakers are allowed to say anything one-sidedly for 8 minutes. 8 minutes, we borrow ears from audience free of charge. This kind of opportunity is not what anyone can experience. With a view to persuading audience, first, you must have gratitude and respect. Delivering a kind of fake news is surely impolite and selfish, isn't it? In order to avoid such a silly thing, I urge that all speakers to reconsider how you face speech activity. What is your main purpose? Please ask yourself. Now, I know that some of you think it is to participate in open contest. But is this really the biggest purpose for you? From my point of view, speech is for telling what I truly want to say. I think most speakers are the same. Why did Martin Luther King Jr. say, "I have a dream"? Why did Steve Jobs say, "Stay hungry, stay foolish"? It was because they wanted to deliver their real voice, change the audience, and change the world. By thinking your real purpose deeply, you will never become a liar. Yes, open contests are only one part of measures. My final goal is not making judge happy. After noticing my failure, I did think I should and have to be sincere towards speech from the bottom of my heart. Also, since I broke the curse of rating, my speech activity has become exceedingly fun because I realized no matter how small it is, I can tell my genuine message. Therefore, I decided to save people suffering like my past and draft this speech. Maybe my lesson applies to not many people, but I'm really satisfied now. The reason is that I'm delivering my real opinion, and that is my purpose in speech activity. Having said that, I know that you desire solid results, right? Yes, most speakers want to pass an open contest, including me. Of course, I never deny your ambition, but please make it clear that rating or score is secondary. Don't worry, prizes will follow you when your sincerity succeeds in touching audience's heart. Today, I shared one strange thing and my opinion about that, But you have had the other strange thing now. At the very beginning of my speech, I began with singing. Why? I just tried to attract your attention. Some people may have forgotten, in a speech contest, you can say anything you like, by any means you like. Let's make full use of this wonderful stage. No matter how small, no matter how strange, or no matter how common, you should tell what you really want to say with your own purpose. But please remember, don't make up a speech to just make a speech. Thank you.
Now, question and answer session. Mr. Fasca, please.
Thank you for your inspiring speech. So do you think that most speakers are focused too much on what judges want to hear?
Yes, but I'm afraid I don't have any data to show you the exact number of people. But I know that there are a lot of people because when I was last year, I joined my speech section at my university, and at the same time, over 20 people have joined. But within 6 months, the member decreased by half, and then I asked them why did you leave the speech section, and they said like the speech is really difficult. And then a few months later, I showed them this speech, and they told me that I was always thinking about writing too much, and I really wanted to notice earlier. Yeah, they told me that things. Then, yeah, I think this applies to many people in the ESS speech world.
So do you think that they do this because they're successful? Are people who make speeches that are what people want to hear but not what they truly believe do this because they can succeed?
I'm sorry, please say that again.
Do people who sort of make up speeches that aren't really from their heart, are they successful in speech contests?
Okay. Sometimes the speech, including some fake stories, could win in the open contest. I know that because I heard with my speech sections senpai, but yeah, sometimes it's happened, but not always so. And if the audience or judges know the truth that the speaker tells some lies, no one would be moved and shaken by the speech. So I think we should make some fake up stories in speeches.
Okay, so how should we prevent this from happening? Should speakers be required to sign an authenticity pledge when before they submit a speech to a speech contest? Should they have to sign some pledge saying what the contents of this speech are true and I stand behind the words that I say? Would that help solve this issue?
But I don't think we should some sign to prove our credibility. But yeah, it don't need but of course we should really be sincere towards speech, as I said in my speech. But we don't do such. We don't need to do such things, I think.
Okay, my last question is, if you are a speech instructor, how do you get your students to focus on the kind of speeches that you want them to make? What would you tell them? What would you tell them to do?
Okay, if I was a speech instructor and there is someone who really want to participate in an open contest, and in that situation, I would ask him or her that, is this really the biggest purpose for you? And I would show this speech, and yeah, but probably they if they say yes with deep really thinking, I don't stop them. But maybe I think probably they could not make it, and then but I don't want him or her to quit the speech club. But I really want them change their mind and thinking, and for their after speech, second or third speech.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Faska and Mr. Goya. Now it's a judging time. Let's open the next page. Wow, I'm freezing.
Jingle bell, jingle all the way.
Sax, where are we? I can't walk anymore.
I am also tired. Please walk a little more.
Why are you so positive?
We should go all when we're lost in mountains. We can dance like...
Okay. I will walk.
Hannah, keep up always.
Okay, you're my hope. 1, 2, jingle bell, jingle all the way. The ninth adventurer is Mr. Sho Mitsuji. Making speeches grew him in many different ways. The most valuable things he learned from speeches is to think everything logically. When he became able to think logically, his speech came to be persuasive. At that time, he noticed one important thing to persuade others. That was to pursue why. By thinking why, we can make our speech coherent.
Let us welcome the ninth adventurer. The ninth adventurer is Mr. Sho Mitsuji from Hosei University. He will deliver his speech under the title of Pressure to Pleasure. Pressure to Pleasure. So, Mr. Mitsuji, please come up to the stage.
Thank you, Master of Ceremonies and honorable judges, questioners, and all organizers. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Looking back to my elementary school days, there are some phrases that I still remember clearly even now. Why did you leave food on your plate? You have to eat up everything or continue to eat until cleaning time. I bet you've heard those phrases during your school lunch. Many people simply believe we should eat up everything. Actually, according to Japanese economic newspaper, about 70% of 10,000 people have interest in the food loss program and try not to leave food. This social movement is getting stronger and promotes no food loss. However, the thing is, all of you don't know the side effects caused by such a movement. So today, I want you to consider a question. Is eating everything truly wonderful? I hope this speech can inspire you to start creating a world where all of us can enjoy dining pleasure. Since I felt my teacher was right, every time I went to a restaurant with my friends, I always said to myself, I have to clean up my plate. I must catch up with my friends. However, the more I tried to eat fast, the more my appetite diminished. My hands were trembling and sweating like crazy. Why can't I eat like my friends? Such emotion turned my stomach. Gradually, I came to hate eating with others and rejected invitations from my friends. At some point, the pleasure of dining with someone changed unbearable pressure. As I experienced, eating a habit can rob the pleasure of meals from people who eat sparingly. When such people eat with others, they usually feel like apologizing nervously because it takes them too much time to eat up than others. What if I can't eat up? What if I make my friends wait? What if they just can't enjoy dining with friends? Furthermore, these experiences can cause unexpected disease. Vaporophobia, or kaishokyosho in Japanese, is a phobia which induces people to have extreme anxiety when having meals with others. Victims not only can enjoy meals, they also suffer from gastrointestinal ailments like vomiting, having a terrible stomachache, along with headaches. Though eating together with people is a form of social communication, such traumatic episodes make suffering patients escape from eating with someone. Losing friends, weight, the pleasure of eating. The repercussions are crippling, lowering our quality of life. So, why can't we change such pressure of no leftovers to pleasure that should be enjoyable time? This is because there is little chance of challenging this eating up habit. We Japanese are told that leaving food is a bad thing, aren't we? Therefore, most Japanese believe we should eat up without any doubt. The result, people who eat slowly or someone who can eat a lot sometimes perceive this attitude as pressure and develop a fear against eating with someone. If everyone understands the side effects of this common attitude, people who eat like a bird can leave dishes easily, and they will be able to enjoy the pleasure of dining. For years, I couldn't enjoy meals, and I felt frustration, sadness, and guilt while eating with my friends. But one day, my friend changed eating pressure to pleasure. teacher. He asked me, "Why don't we take lunch?" I said, "Sorry, I want to go with you, but I can't eat first. So, no, come on, I will finish your food for you if you can eat up everything." He said. It was so surprising for me because I simply believed I mustn't leave dishes. Thanks to his support, I had a wonderful time and I could eat more than usual. It was then that I could retrieve the pleasure of eating and realized we don't need to eat up. The important point is knowing we can change pressure to pleasure. So I want all of you to realize that leaving food is needed in some cases. Let's slow eaters now. They don't have to eat forcibly anymore. Of course, I don't want you to promote food waste. So when you decide to leave, please ask a waiter whether you can use a doggy bag to take uneaten food with you for later. I know it may be difficult at first to leave dishes because eating habits are deeply rooted in our mind. Even now, you might still think leaving food is a terrible thing or mottai. However, food loss mainly results from throwing away food that is still edible. For example, convenience stores throw away about 60 kilograms of food just per store, just per day. Thus, if you leave dishes, it's not hanging matter. If you are a slow eater or someone who can eat a lot, say to others, "I'm sorry, but I can't eat first." By doing that, your friends will understand your feeling. Second, if you are not such people, please know that some slow eaters care about the pace and what others think. So when you eat with a slow eater, please tell them, "It's fine if you can't finish everything." If they still want to eat everything, please wait for them gently. Your small action and words can remove the anxiety. The little consideration makes for pleasant time. Ladies and gentlemen, we all eat with someone to share pleasure, not to share pressure. Gathering a dining table with someone and attending a banquet should be joyful and the food delicious for everyone. I believe your small action and words can create that kind of table. So why not to share pleasure to make that come true? Thank you for listening.
Now, question and answer session. Mr. Faska, please.
Thank you very much for your illuminating speech.
Thank you.
My first question would be, how many people suffer from this issue?
It's not correct because most of people don't know the name of dapnophobia, or most of people don't notice it. So even if they are suffering, they can't realize themselves. So the number of patients is not clear.
Okay. How do I recognize that I have this problem? So what?
If you are the parent, if you are the patient,
Right.
First, the important point is telling the truth, telling the truth to other people, because by doing that, your friends will understand your feeling and they will care about you. So the important thing is telling the truth.
Okay. Do you think the root cause of this problem is that Japanese people are rushing through meals?
Yes, and we Japanese originally care about what other people think. So the root cause is this. So to solve this problem, we can care about slow eaters, or a slow eater also should tell them true emotion to other people.
So, as a parent, how can I tell that my child suffers from hypnophobia and not just wastefulness?
Yes. The important point is distinguishing picky eater and hypnophobia patients or slow eater. I think we shouldn't accept the idea of picky eater because eating up is important to solve the food loss problem. However, slow eater can't eat up even if they, no matter what, they want to eat up. So if your children try to eat up but they can't, you should say it's okay to leave dishes.
Okay, my last question is, should we demand that restaurants allow us to take home extra leftover food?
Yes, I think so too.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pasca and Mr. Mitsuji. Now is the judging time. Let's open the next page. I can see something twinkling.
It's getting dark. We have got to go back.
Wow, It's full of stars.
Amazing!
Hey, it's a shooting star. Let's play for a wish. May this adventure continue forever.
The last adventurer is Miss Sawa Mashiko. Her biggest growth is doing best not only for herself but also for others. It is because she realized speech activity is made of lots of supporters. Before this speech, her treasure was getting a prize for her own result to prove her effort. But that was not enough. Thanks to senior coaching, she got able to deliver her own English speech. Then she realized such a connection is exactly true treasure. So now she is doing her best for all supporters and believe her best performance will be gratitude for them.
Let us welcome the last adventurer. The last adventurer is Miss Sawa Mashiko from St. Paul's University. She will deliver her speech under the title of Conversation for What? Conversation for What? So, Miss Mashiko, please come up to the stage.
Thank you, Master of Ceremonies, honorable judges, organizers, and audiences beyond the screen. Good afternoon, everyone. Oh, welcome to Last Adventure. It was a typical day in my dormitory. In the kitchen in front of me, flatmates were making lunch. Is it pasta? Yeah, I love it. It looked fun. So I want to join. I talk to them and join the conversation. No, just kidding. In reality, I was just sitting with my only supreme body, Netflix. I like pasta too. No, that's not it. Come on, someone talk to me. I said to myself, I didn't have the confidence to join it. Yes, most of you have hesitated to join a conversation before. Today, I want to bring one topic to light. There is the art of conversation, a skill all of us have, but may not found yet. After my speech, I hope we can all hop into a conversation adventure and find a feeling of excitement. We humans have conversation with people on our daily life. Why? Because living alone is impossible. Our whole life is made of conversation, such as getting information or making better relationships. Conversation is necessary for humans to live together. However, there are a lot of situations we give up. It happened to me too. In February, when I went to Australia, I was really looking forward to new encounters. However, when I talked with my flatmates, I was overly cautious on my talking skill. Like a hot bath without water, my mouth came to a dry. I prepared a lot of topics, but everything just disappeared from my head. As a result, I have no friends except Netflix. back on our daily life together. Did you join every conversation venture around you? Imagine, in the new school time with your classmates, among your colleagues, or in the dinner time with your family. Have you ever found yourself giving up despite wanting to join a conversation? Finally, instead of joining it, you will try to cover up the situation by taking your cell phone, won't you? So, why do we have the confidence to join a conversation? It's because we think we have to be good talkers. Good talkers are people who have wonderful talking skills, such as interesting stories, fast knowledge, and quick responses each time. Galen Austin, who is a specialist of psychology, said that during a conversation, we are not listening to understand but rather to reply. With my flatmate, I was conscious of the talking aspect. Is my talking really interesting? What topic is the best for them? Oh, they would like such a phrase. But when any interesting comment didn't pop up in my mind, I gave up my dream, being a good talker. Like this, we hesitate to join it because it's difficult to be a good talker in every conversation. But one day, I met another friend, and she changed of my view. Her name is Dia. When I looked at her hijab, I was very surprised because it was my first time to make a friend with a Muslim. I smiled at her, but I had no idea what to say. But at that moment, she talked to me. Hi, where are you from? I'm from Japan. I was very happy. The conversation was going on. But I wondered, why are you doing the conversation? So I said to Dear, I'm sorry because my poor talking skill. She gave me a startled look. Your smile makes me talk to you and feel like we will be good friends. It's also conversation, right? Yes, she never cared my talking skill. Rather, my smile made the conversation begin. Then I realized being a good talker is not the priority in a conversation. The most important thing is how we act in the conversation. Conversation is not for good talker, but everyone can enjoy conversation adventure. So how should we do? My suggestion is to focus on nonverbal communication skill. For example, making eye contact, using facial expressions, and listening carefully to the end. According to Leigh Burtwisher, who is an interpersonal communication researcher in the USA, nonverbal communication has a 70% impact on a conversation, while verbal one has only 30%. Once we realize it, we can change how we act in the conversation. We don't have to be afraid of talking skill anymore. And nonverbal communication gives us the confidence to join it. Yes, nobody always wants us to be a good talker. The question is, if someone joins a conversation, do you expect him or her to have a very interesting story? Probably not. Rather, don't you expect people to make a lot of actions and make conversation friendly? We should be confident by using nonverbal communication skill instead of forcing us to be a good talker. If your friend is always making a contact with a big smile and nodding head with a lot of actions, won't you be so happy and you can't stop conversation, right? And that's what I'm doing. That's what I'm always doing. Making eye contact with the best smile. Sawa, your smile is the best responding I ever got. Such a words always remind me that it's not all about talking. Conversation is not for showing wonderful talk. Conversation is not the adventure only good talkers can survive. Conversation is a chance for all Gullivers to grow up into giants. We cannot find treasures if we just hesitate to join a conversation. I really hope this tip gives us a confidence and changes the way of thinking about what conversation is for. Thank you.
Now, question and answer session. Mr. Fasca, please.
Thank you very much for your informative speech there.
Thank you.
My first question would be, do you think that young people today have a problem with making conversation?
Yes, I think so, because I heard that more than 70% young people are afraid of their communication skill. And I also heard that one of the Japanese term, komisho in Japanese, and it's a very famous word between young people, I think.
Okay, thank
Yes.
you. My next question would be, so the message that you're saying is that we should smile and show lots of eye contact and nonverbal communication to make conversation go well. What happens if we have a group of people together who are all not very good conversationalists? So, and we're all smiling and we're all making the gestures. Like, what would be the sort of next step then in that situation?
Okay, thank you for your question. So the next step is like we should think conversation is more simply and it's like ours. So there is no perfect handbook for conversation. So they can just simple say hello or how's it going, and it will be second step, I think.
Okay.
Yes.
You mentioned Karen Osten saying
Yeah.
that we are not listening to understand but reply.
Yeah.
Can you explain this point in more detail?
Okay, thank you. It means during the conversation, we are thinking just holding talking turn. And it means we are not listening to others and we are not enjoying conversation just instead from both overheard. And people just think what they reply, what they should reply.
Okay.
Yes.
Next question is how can we, if young people lack conversation skill now, how can we cultivate better conversation skill so that they don't need to do the smiling and nonverbal communication, but they can actually actively lead a conversation? What should we do to make more good talkers in Japan?
Okay, so you mean the suggestion for good talker? Okay, the important thing is please think what conversation is once again in your mind. So the reason because young people are not good at communication is like people think conversation is really higher level, or people dream perfect conversation, but we don't have to be like that. So if they think conversation is more simple and it's like art and there is no handbook, we believe that we can also be a good talker as well.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fasca and Ms. Mashiko. Now is the Chachin time.
Now, all 10 Gullivers have finished delivering the speeches. So I'd like to ask our distinguished judges and questioner to leave the hall. Please stand up and give them a nice round of applause.
Next, all 10 adventurers will leave the hall. Please stand up and give them a round of applause. Please be seated.
これより約60分間のジャッジングタイムといたします。クロージングセレモニーは15時40分開始予定となります。その際、5分前の15時35分までにはご着席くださいますようお願いいたします。
また、YouTube の概要欄に掲載されておりますリンクから、本日の出場者へのコメントシートおよび大会を向上させるためのアンケートへアクセスが可能です。ふるってご記入いただきますようご協力お願い申し上げます。
また、ただいまより24回ウィリアムズ杯立教大学 ESS 代表吉田マークジオさん、25回代表菊田真嗣さんのスピーチを配信させていただきます。ジャッジングタイム中もお時間がございましたら、歴代ウィリアムズスピーカーのスピーチをぜひお楽しみください。
Thank you, Master of Ceremonies, honorable judges, and questioner, timekeepers, and all of the friends, ESS members. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon.
More than 10 years ago, one open school day, on one night in my classroom, my mother spoke to me in Tagalog. Hey, how are you, boy? I said, couldn't be better. Just then, my classmates began to whisper to each other. Mark is a foreigner. I was scared because I felt like I'm out of class members. So I decided I would never speak Tagalog. This scene changed me to live as a puppet who accommodates your own decision to people's evaluation. How many times have you ever suppressed your inner voice and made a decision manipulated by people's evaluation? Living as a puppet is really scary. It could easily kill your own possibility that you probably never regain. Back in elementary school, my inner voice always shouted, I want to talk to my mother in Tagalog. But I suppressed it. I was afraid of how others evaluate me. When I realized I could completely communicate with my mother through our mother language, A few years passed, I became a university student in 2016 and joined ESS. I was fascinated by speech activities, so I was really into it every day. But some club members laughed at my passion because our speech seminar has unspoken rules that members appreciate, much more doing other type of activity than doing public speaking. This is one of the basic settings of a stage of Semple's ESS speech seminar. Once I realized this, I was afflicted because I was scared of whether I might be treated as like out-of-club members if I'm absorbed in speech activities, unlike the majority. I just want to be hungry for speech activities, but what if others look me as strange? I was devastated because this conflict made me realize I'm still a public. All the times I wanted to exchange my hand, which would manipulate my decision from others to myself in order to live as a puppeteer, performing on my stage, my life. But I couldn't find an answer until God made me and one boy find each other. One summer day, I met that boy, Kojima, at the crime school I work. He wanted to enter a pretty celebrated university, W University. Come to think of it, 3 hungry speakers, chefs, came from W University from there, today's contest. Great enough, Kojima was also the hungry sophomore. He decided to devote the rest of his high school life to walk on the road to W University. So he went to study so hard, every day and everywhere, while in break between classes and even in a washroom. But honestly, I wonder why he can keep being hungry to study. Because his high school is the lower levels of school. Students tend to have no motivation to study and make fun of students who study hard. So one day I asked, do your classmates not see you as strange? He answered, some do, some do not. But I think people's evaluation is like a mirror which reflects what I am. If my classmates don't evaluate me as nerd, I cannot achieve my goal because it means I'm not being hungry for my life. Anyway, I just quit getting handy over nonsense and try living the life I want. His words resonate with me because he lived as a puppeteer. To stay honest to his inner voice, has a strong belief, and take full responsibility of his own decisions. My ideal was embodied by that boy. At one time, 2 lessons hit me. First one is, why we care about people's evaluation. It is for fulfilling our desire for recognition. We all definitely have a desire that we want to belong for ourselves in our own community. For me, I always try to suppress being hungry for speech activities and somehow pretend to be the same as other companies. Behaving like the majority, we can gain the evaluation that we are normal, which makes us feel relieved. So we tend to choose the safe way, living as a public. But luckily, another lesson gave me courage to step forward, live as a public. Whenever we take an action, some will evaluate positively, yet some will do negatively. Thinking about Kojima's case, do you not think what was wrong? Did he give any trouble? No. It was just making an effort to realize his strength, because I'm criticizing. So caring too much about evaluation is pointless. Now, the question is, do you have something you can be hungry, even if it's not that everyone will appreciate what you do? If you have, why are you suppressing? Probably you're afraid of how others evaluate you. I know, because that's how it was for me. And that's to let an opportunity to be a puppeteer pass you by. After realizing this, I tried to live as a puppeteer like Kojima. I tried many things from practicing before club members entering myself for many speech contests, and quitting, hesitating to be hungry for speech activities. Because I began to strongly believe if I suppress my inner voice again, I will be based on others' evaluation forever. And I could never perform on my own stage, on my own will. Recently, a little bird told me Kojima is currently studying English literature at GULLIVER. On the other hand, I come back to this stage, which is for the first time in Senpou Theater's history. We are performing on a different stage, but performing the same as a puppet show. I really hope our story will be a reminder that we are the one who will make a decision on how to participate in our puppet show of life. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Master of Ceremonies, honorable judges, questioners, givers, and wonderful organizers, and all CSS members. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. Once upon a time, a princess was desperate to cure her broken heart in a dark sea. So she went to her local witches, begging them for as much medicine as possible. Witches brewed 5 different kinds of medication, handing them all to the princess. Happy at last! With hopes and dreams, the princess kept it down, all the new medicine all at once. However, when she woke up the next day, she realized that she had lost her voice and a healthy body. And then, at the bottom of the dark sea, the princess ended her life. This is the original story of the Little Mermaid that I read a long time ago. The princess just wanted to be happy after taking medication. However, she was eaten by the medicine. Until recently, I had assumed that this sort of tragedy happens only in this fairy tale. But honestly made me realize that even in our society, many people may have a tragic end through polypharmacy, taking some medication at once. Have you ever thought about the risks of polypharmacies? And take measures against them. In this aging society, many people take some kinds of medicines every day because all they have need ample medication to support their weakened bodily functions. According to the Ministry of Health Labor and Welfare in 2018, 2 out of 5 old adults take more than 5 types of medicines every day. So it's not too much to say one of your family members can be eaten by medicine, like a little mermaid. My grandpa was one. When I was a high school student, he used to take 5 types of medicines every day. One day, my mother told me he got a fever. So I rushed to the drugstore and bought a fever reducer for him. Grandpa, please take this medicine. I want you to get better. He smiled, saying, thanks. Medicine is my companion to live healthily. So, in addition to the 5 medication he takes, he ingested another medicine. However, after a while, he started to scream like this. Where Oh boy, help me, help me. Every word he expelled me, they with pain and sorrow. Because I didn't want to believe he was eaten by the medicines that was supposed to cure his body. But at the hospital, the doctor revealed to me that a side effect of combined drugs caused his symptom. Like this, because of polypharmacies, our loved ones will suffer from severe side effects. Then, why do they suffer from the dark side of polypharmacy? It is because due to the patient, doctor cannot control their medicines correctly. Patients who need many medication tend to use multiple medical institutions at once. So each doctor cannot grasp and manage the medical information. My grandpa used to go to some medical institution like an internal department, mental hospital, or the hospital. So no doctor can control his medical information. As a result, he took some different kinds of medicines without proper management. Ever since I realized that grandma was facing the risk of polypharmacy, I was struggling to find a way to address this problem. A few years later, a ray of light shined in a dark sea. It was when I was working at a drugstore. At that time, I overheard a conversation between a pharmacist and the customer. The customer said, I'm worried by my mother who takes so many medications every day. But isn't it okay? The pharmacist answered, well, why not use the family pharmacy service? I'm sure your worries will disappear. Was it the service with their grandpa? I was shouting. So, what is a family pharmacy service? It is a service that pharmacists can appoint one of the pharmacists to each patient. This service has been established recently, just 3 years ago, to save suffering patients at any moment. The pharmacists manage all medical agent, giving their knowledge and experiences to each patient. So this service helps us to solve not only polypharmacy problems, but also other ones, but medicines and health. And good news, at our local pharmacy, we can easily sign up and continue the service only by paying but 100 yen every time we receive a prescription. After learning about this service, I went to my local pharmacy with grandpa. He was seeing his family pharmacist. Since then, he became able to cut unnecessary medication and avoid taking bad combination medicines. What's more, it enabled him to consult with the pharmacist about medicine and body condition anytime, anywhere. For example, when his body is in bad shape, he listens to her advice on the phone. And naturally, the pharmacist can schedule house visitations, explaining about medicines and medicines he intakes. So now, thanks to this service, Grandpa is smiling again, living with good health. Once upon a time, there was a princess in the dark sea. Although she was taking part of the medicine to be happy, she was eating the best. It is just a fairy tale story. But like the little mermaid, our love will not trust you unless we try to change it. So we must change the fate. We must root out the risk of polypharmacy. I hope everybody take medication to save their lives that we want to do, not to be eaten by medicine. Thank you for listening.
May I have your attention, please? May I have your attention, please? I'd like to start the closing ceremony. The distinguished judges and questioner will return to this hall. Please stand up and welcome them with a big round of applause. Please be seated.
Now, the distinguished judges and questioner will give us their comments. First, I'd like to ask Mr. Teruyuki Shiraiwa to give his comments about contents. Mr. Shiraiwa, please.
Oh, okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for inviting me. Excuse me. Just a moment, please. Okay. Thank you very much for inviting me as one of the judges of the 26th All Japan Intercollegiate English Oratorical Contest for the Williams Cup. I was very surprised at the so dramatized production speech contest. I have never seen, maybe never ever, such a wonderful contest, productive contest. I was so surprised and astonished. I have many things I would like to talk about today, but especially I'd like to talk about today's contents of the speeches. I will focus on the contents of the speeches. So let me give some time to pick up points of improvement from now on. Okay. Actually, many things. But time is limited, so today I'd like to say three things about today's contest, especially about topics, okay? First of all, let's talk about the title. The title, as we know, symbolizes the content of the speeches. Many of them would be entitled by the speaker as a summary of what he or she thought the speech was about. Title is very important, as I know, as you know. But if the title is too abstract, it's not immediately clear what the speech is talking about. Therefore, the title of your speech should be specific enough for the audience to know what you are talking about. On the other hand, one thing I found very interesting about your speeches today is, on the other hand, that many of your titles were rhyme-oriented. Some of the speeches of the titles are rhyme-oriented. It is very interesting. Rhyming titles are easy to hear. This can be a good way to make an impression on your audience. So far, this is about title, okay? This is the first thing. the second point is regarding analysis. Analysis. And needless to say, analysis is very important thing to make a speech. That's because I think that analysis can be directed to two vectors. Analysis. One thing is when dealing with cause, explaining about cause. This is one thing. And the other thing is effect. Cause and the effect. Now, let's imagine if you are the speakers, if you are now standing here, the center. Imagine, okay? This point is problem itself. And this vector has the cause. And problem has happened. And the output of the problem, outcome of the problem, this is effect. So, cause, problem, and effect. 3 points. There are 3 points. Okay? And especially today, what I wanted to emphasize today's speech today is the cause analysis, about cause analysis. When we are giving a speech, there are so many things you want to say. There are too many things. Too many things to speak about, talk about. So we need to think about what needs to cut down the content of your speech, from your speech. And because we cannot say everything about the speech, but especially please keep in your mind, cause is very important. Cause. Why was it happen? This is very important element. So please keep in mind cause explanation. Okay. Okay. And the other things, many other things. There are many other things about today's contest, but the rest of the things are explained as by other judges. So I would like to have finished my general comment. And last of all, I would like to appreciate all of the speakers, organizers, and today's judges working hard together. I'd like to say thank you very much from bottom of my heart, because everyone tried hard to make success in the speech contest. Such an unaccustomed social situation, unexpected situation. It is so tough thing. It was so tough thing. It is so tough thing, I think. Thank you very much. I'd like to say again, thank you. And the last of the thing, I forgot the third point. Enjoy your speech. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shiraiwa.
Next, I'd like to ask Mr. Michael Peragin to give his comments about English and delivery. Mr. Peragin, please.
Thank you very much, everyone. First, I'd like to thank my fellow judge. Thank you very much for raising the microphone for me. This makes it much more comfortable to speak. I was worried about how I was going to do that very quickly. Secondly, I'd like to thank the Rikyo ESS. The first time I came to this auditorium to watch a speech contest, I was blown away. The theme was movies, and it was turned into like a movie gala, a premiere. There were posters all outside. I've been on this stage and I've seen grass covering the stage, and every time I come here, there's an amazing production. But also, due to the restrictions of COVID-19, of course, all of us were worried about how this would go over. And I must say you've done a fantastic job, not only in putting on a beautiful production, but also in making this a safe event for everyone. Thank you very much. So just a few comments I'd like to make. This year, well, most of this year, I've been behind a desk, behind a computer screen, speaking to my students and teaching presentation online. At first, I found myself wondering, how are we going to do this? How are we going to teach presentation online? I was happy to see that about 98 to 99% of the things that we look for in a good speech are still things that we hope to see in an online speech. Maybe we don't look for as much movement. Maybe we're not so focused on posture. Maybe students online have to remember to look at the camera as opposed to look at all of the students' faces on the Zoom screen. But other than these things, most of what you've demonstrated today are the things I hope my students demonstrate in their online presentation classes. And some of them were watching today because of the ability to see this. So I hope they've learned, well, two key things by watching your speeches. The first thing that I hope they have been able to see is the importance of the message. Now, some of you spoke today about the truth and how maybe each of us have our own truth, but I do firmly believe that your truth becomes the truth if your message is clear, if you say it in a way that helps to persuade people to change their mind. I believe it was Kenji who also talked about honesty in speeches. And this, giving a speech that you truly believe in will really make it easier for you to persuade your audience. If you deeply care about that idea, it will come across in your speech. The second point I'd just like to mention about message is that there were times that I heard people using the words you and we. And these words, I think, are very useful in making a persuasive speech, but also a little bit dangerous at times. If you use the word you, so you do this, or probably you believe this, if the audience believes this, this might help to carry them along and to see your overall message. But if they don't necessarily believe this, it may also repel them a bit. So when looking at your speeches and looking at the use of you when speaking to the audience, it's important to ask, will this be something that the audience, the majority of the audience, truly thinks or truly feels? If not, just be careful. The second thing I'd like to mention is the use of, well, gesture, emphasis, intonation to make your points, or in other words, the overall delivery. When I listened to the speeches today, this is something that I really hope my students take away from watching you all today. When you say your ideas, when you emphasize it with a gesture, when you say certain words stronger, you were able to make people change their thinking. As I listened today, most of you are doing this quite effectively. But I must say that each year I look at the speeches on paper and I try to judge just from the text who's going to win the speech contest. And every year I'm wrong. And the reason for that is because when you deliver your speech with passion, when you deliver your speech with emphasis, with pauses, these are the things that help to change the audience's mind and change the judge's mind. So because of those of you who really use these skills well, you've breathed life into your speeches. So for all of my students at home watching, I hope still watching, I hope that you come away with these two things, the message and what is being said, and the way that it is said or the delivery. Down the road, when I see you, what I will remember is your message, but thanks to your great delivery, it helped me to digest your message and really be persuaded by your message. So thank you very much, everyone, for your hard work today.
Thank you very much, Mr. Perugin.
Next, I'd like to ask Mr. Chad Faska to give his comments about the question and answer session. Mr. Faska, please.
It's really hard to follow Mr. Peregrine when you're vertically challenged like me. So first, I'd like to thank the organizers for inviting me back again this year. I'd also like to thank my assistant, Kunihiro-san, for being a wonderful assistant today. I'd like to thank the speakers for their 10 really inspiring speeches, and for those who are tuning in today and for supporting this speech contest from your homes, from your laptops, and other places. For the speech contest, I mean, Williams Cup really sets a high standard, and this year was no different. So even though the organizers had challenges from COVID-19, I felt like this year's production was just as magnificent as any other, as other judges have mentioned. And as it turns out, I feel like the choice of theme actually did a good job of capturing where we are in this year, because it is a kind of adventure that we're on. And one of the things that came up was about being in uncharted waters. And certainly we're in uncharted waters right now with the virus. But one of the things that was highlighted in the president's message that comes from Gulliver's Travels is adaptation and the ability to change and to overcome any situation. And we saw that with each one of the little skits in between the speeches about this message that hopefully was transferred from the organizers, that any challenge that we face, we can overcome it. And I thought that it was very timely to have this theme for this year's speech contest. So thank you very much. So now moving on to my role, which is to talk about the questions. And hopefully my questions helped to get you to your messages, and hopefully my questions also helped you recognize things in your speech that could be improved. I feel like as a questioner, what my role is to both try and help support you in making your ideas clear, but also challenge you to make sure that your ideas are strong. And so in this regard, I have some advice. So the first piece of advice that I would have would be write 10, speak 8. And what I mean by that is I feel like as speakers, you shouldn't write to an 8-minute mark, but rather you should write to a 10-minute mark and cut back to 8 minutes. Well, why is that? Well, that's because then you can leave breadcrumbs and information left over that will be very juicy to deliver during question time. So what exactly does that mean? Well, what it means is that maybe with examples that you give, you cut short the story. So maybe there you give an example in which it's about your brother and some challenge that he overcame. And you leave it there for me to then ask during question time about maybe an update for your brother, or maybe for more information about your brother. And then this gives you a chance to deliver that part of your story that was not part of your speech. The same goes for data. So in your speech, a lot of times we're talking about social issues, and it's good to have evidence behind all of the assertions that you make in your speech. but sometimes it's hard to include all of that and keep a nice flow in your speech. So you take some of it out, but you leave the breadcrumb there. You leave the assertion, but you don't have the data yet. And then when I ask you a question about the data, then when you can produce it, it adds to the credibility of your speech. So I think when you write 10 and you speak 8, you allow yourself to create those kind of breadcrumbs. The final thing that I really want to talk about is about solutions. And here I feel like, well, two things, solutions and perspective. So for solutions, I feel like you should be prepared to be challenged in your solution. Is your solution the only solution? What about the other options that are available? And you should be prepared to answer why your solution is the best. And if your solution isn't the best, then my recommendation is that you should probably revise your speech. Because if there's a better solution out there, it's going to really lower your credibility if that better solution is pointed out during question time. And the final point that I would make is about perspective. So often the people who serve as judges and questioner are not college students. So we have a different perspective. And as much as possible, if you can consider those perspectives when you're writing your speech, but also when you're preparing for question time, it can be very valuable. Because sometimes the questioners might actually be a senior, someone who then might ask you about what's the problem of having a silver democracy. That thing might come up during question time. So the more that you can be prepared for different kinds of people, or in this case, like a native speaker asking you a question about English, the more that you can be prepared for those different perspectives, the stronger you'll be during question time. So anyway, in summary, it was a wonderful experience to be here. I'm really grateful for being able to participate in this contest and to be able to participate in this contest in the flesh, and not online. So thank you, organizers, for doing the hard work to make this physical contest be able to happen in this very uncertain time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Faska.
Lastly, I'd like to ask Ms. Takami Shiokawa to give her general comments. Ms. Shiokawa, please.
Now on. Okay. Again. Have you ever lost in a speech contest? I think you have Mr. Goya somewhere. Oh, yeah. Losing in a contest is really hard. I know. I've been there many times. 2 years ago, I lost in a Toastmasters speech contest again. In my speech, I talked about relationships, how to be happy overcoming arguments and fights. It's about me and my husband. Our relationship isn't perfect all the time, but my speech was perfect. And I thought I should win, and I was ready to win, but I didn't win. In fact, I wasn't even placed. I was so disappointed. Bad judges. Not today, don't worry. We're great, excellent judges today. 2 months after that contest, something happened. I was at the Toastmasters meeting, and when one of the members came up to me and he said, "Shoka-san, I'm getting married." "Oh, congratulations." "I proposed to my girlfriend after listening to your speech at the contest. We are getting married thanks to your speech." Wow. I was surprised. But of course, I was so happy for them and happy for myself. My speech changed their lives. It's huge. That realization was far more rewarding and worth much, much more than winning that contest. I felt so good. And that couple I made, kind of, are now very, very busy with their baby. They just started the family. Contestants, today, your speeches gave me lots of information, inspiration, and insight, and they are already starting affecting my thoughts and feelings. My life in the future might be changed greatly because of your speeches. For that, thank you so very much. And last but not least, contest chairs and organizers and supporting staff, supporting members. Thank you so much for your hard work. It's been such an honor for me to be a part of this wonderful, wonderful speech contest today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Shiokawa.
Next, I'd like to show the prizes for today's winners. The third prize is a certificate and a trophy from St. Paul's University ESS. Textbooks from the Institute for International Business Communication, TOEIC Steering Committee and CIEE. Textbooks from Goken Company Limited. 熟成神戸牛 gift from St. Paul's University ESS.
The second prize is a certificate and a trophy, textbooks, JTB travel gift from St. Paul's University ESS.
The fourth prize is the 26th Williams Cup from St. Paul's University ESS, a certificate, textbooks, Amazon gift from St. Paul's University ESS.
Everyone, the most exciting time has come. I'd like to announce today's winning speakers. Each of them will be presented the awards by Ms. Nami Hasegawa, the Executive Chairperson of the 26th Williams Cup 2020. Ms. Hasegawa, please.
I'd like to announce the third prize winner. The third prize winner is Mr. Keiji Goya from Takasaki State University of Economics. Congratulations, Mr. Goya.
Certificate. This is to certify that Mr. Keiji Goya have been awarded the third prize. Congratulations.
and he will be awarded a trophy from St. Paul's University ESS. Jukse Kobe gift from St. Paul's University ESS. Congratulations, Mr. Goya.
I'd like to announce the second prize winner. The second prize winner is Miss Sawa Mashiko from St. Paul's University. Congratulations, Miss Mashiko.
Certificate. This is to certify that Miss Sawa Mashiko has been awarded the second prize. Congratulations.
And she will be awarded a trophy from St. Paul's University ESS. JTB travel gift from St. Paul's University ESS. Congratulations, Miss Mashiko. Everyone, I'd like to announce that today's best speaker. The best speaker is Miss Arisa Kawamura from Waseda University. Congratulations, Miss Kawamura.
Certificate. That is to certify that Miss Arisa Kawamura has been awarded the first prize. Congratulations.
Amazon gift from St. Paul's University ESS. And she will be awarded the 26th Williams Cup from St. Paul's University ESS. Congratulations, Miss Kawamura.
Now, we would like to ask the best speakers to give her winner's comment. So, Ms. Kawamura, please.
Thank you, Masters of Ceremonies and distinguished judges. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Firstly, I'm really honored to be here because, I don't know, so far I lost like more than 5 open contests, even if I passed the elimination. So I still cannot believe that I won Williams Cup. And you know, in my speech, I accidentally cried, so I thought I lost again. So I really, really thank everyone who supported me to rewrite my speech. And even if they supported me, my speech was kind of self-satisfaction and very selfish because I just want, that is only my opinion. So, but I really thank everyone, including judges. Thank you very much.
So, Ms. Kawamura, would you go back to your seat?
And finally, we have some small gifts for today's judges. So judges, would you come up to the stage? Judges, thank you very much. Judges, would you go back to your seats?
Lastly, Ms. Nami Hasegawa, the executive chairperson of the 26th Williams Cup 2020, will give us her closing address. Ms. Hasegawa, please.
Thank you, Master of Ceremonies, honorable judges, and audiences and speakers and organizers. Good afternoon, everyone. It is my great pleasure and honor to deliver the closing address as the executive chairperson of the 26th Williams Cup. First, for honorable judges, thank you very much for coming today in spite of your tight business. Without your cooperation, we could not hold this contest today. Thank you. And speakers, thank you for your wonderful speeches. I'm sure that there has been a lot of hard work that many people cannot get over, but you have kept trying and stood here today. I really respect you. And audiences behind YouTube, thank you very much for watching this contest. I'm very glad you found us, and I hope you could show appeal of this contest. Williams Cup is a very unique contest. Every year, this cup shows the different color and the organizers and the new Williams. For me, this is very expressive and fashionable. So I'm so honored to stand here as executive chairperson of Williams Cup. Gulliver, gather you again, go into the giant. This comes the wish of glory of people and Williams. I hope lead my thought to you, and I hope this Williams Cup will more big contest as Gulliver, and I hope this 26th Williams Cup is this 26th Williams Cup will precious experience for you to start new adventure. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hasegawa. Wow, all adventure was so wonderful.
You wanna go more for adventure now?
Yes, I found one thing.
What?
I always recognize adventure as a magnificent thing as written in the book. However, what adventure have before and next chapter? Great adventure also faced some difficulties and made mistakes until they became Gulliver. And their confidences about the adventures made them look so adorable. Yes, originally, all Gullivers were tiny. However, the varieties of things they gathered during the adventures grew them into great and giant Gulliver.
Wow, you got great findings through 10 Gulliver's adventures.
But I'm not sure whether I could be like them.
Oh, did you learn a lot from the book, Williams, didn't you? Every experience in your daily life, like today, would be a piece to grow into Gulliver.
I definitely understood now, Master. I hope my adventure will be written on the next page of this book. Yes. Sorry. Next page of this book.
Oh, to be honest, there are still other pages of this book, Williams.
Wow, really? That's perfect. Then I have no time to begin adventure. And from this time to gather everything in my daily life, I'm growing to a giant. Goodbye, Master.
Bon voyage! Dear future Gulliver, we are waiting for you and your adventure.
これにて本日の立教大学英語会主催第26回ウィリアムズ杯争奪全日本大学生英語弁論大会の配信は終了となります。大会をご視聴いただきまして誠にありがとうございました。YouTube の概要欄に掲載されておりますリンクから本日の出場者へのコメントシートへアクセスが可能です。ふるってご記入いただきますようよろしくお願いいたします。
また、例年とは異なる状況の中、ジャッジの皆様、協賛企業様、学園祭運営員の方々、OG、OB の皆様をはじめ、さまざまな方のお力添えがあり、ウィリアムズ杯の歴史を途切れさせることなく、本大会を無事に開催することができました。この場を借りてお礼申し上げます。誠にありがとうございました。第27回大会で皆様に再びお会いできることを運営員一同心よりお待ちしております。